Picture this. A man stands at the base of a mountain, hands pressed against an enormous boulder. He begins to push. The stone resists, then slowly yields. Step by grinding step, he forces it upward. His muscles scream. His breath comes in ragged gasps. Sweat stings his eyes. Blood seeps from his palms where the rough stone has torn his flesh. But he continues climbing, pushing, straining against the immense weight that threatens to crush him backward. Finally, impossibly, he approaches the summit. Just a few more steps, just a little further. And then it happens. The boulder shifts, it slips, it rolls backward, gathering speed as it crashes down the mountainside, undoing in seconds what took hours of agonizing effort to achieve. The man watches his work destroyed. Then, without a word, he begins his descent to start over. This will happen again tomorrow, and the day after, and the day after that, forever. This is Sisyphus, a figure from ancient Greek myth who made the fatal mistake of outsmarting the gods. They punished him, but not with simple pain or imprisonment. The gods were far more creative than that. They understood something profound about human suffering. The body can endure almost anything, but the mind, the consciousness, can be broken in ways flesh cannot. So they sentenced Sisyphus to labour that would never end, never matter, never accomplish anything. They gave him eternal life and eternal futility in the same breath. The punishment was designed to destroy his spirit through awareness. Sisyphus knows his boulder will always fall. He knows his work is meaningless. He knows there is no escape, no hope, no point. The gods made certain he would remain conscious through it all, that he would understand completely and forever the absolute futility of his existence. But here is the question that Albert Camus, the French-Algerian philosopher and novelist, posed in 1942 during the darkest days of the Second World War. What if Sisyphus is happy? What if this man, fully conscious of his eternal punishment, pushing his rock up his mountain with absolute knowledge that it will fall again, is in fact the happiest man in all of mythology? What if his punishment is actually his liberation? This question sounds absurd on its face. It seems almost cruel to suggest that a man condemned to eternal meaningless labour could be happy. Yet this question opens the door to one of the most profound and strangely hopeful philosophies of the 20th century. Tonight, we explore Absurdism, the philosophy of meaninglessness that somehow teaches us how to live. We follow Albert Camus through the sun-drenched landscapes of Algeria, through the occupied streets of wartime France, through novels of murder and plague, through philosophical essays that grapple with the darkest question philosophy can ask. And we discover why accepting that life has no ultimate meaning might actually free us to live more fully, more intensely, more joyfully than we ever imagined possible. Albert Camus did not set out to create a philosophy of meaninglessness. He was not a pessimist by nature, not a gloomy German metaphysician brooding in shadowed libraries. He was a man of the Mediterranean, raised in poverty under the brilliant Algerian sun, shaped by the physical pleasures of swimming in the sea and playing football with friends. He loved life with an intensity that shines through every page he wrote. Yet he also recognized something that most of us spend our lives trying to avoid: the fundamental absurdity of human existence. The absurd for Camus is not simply the observation that life is meaningless. That would be nihilism, and Camus was no nihilist. The absurd is something more specific, more dynamic, and ultimately more interesting. It is the confrontation between two realities. On one side, human beings who desperately need meaning, order, and clarity in the universe. On the other side, a universe that offers none of these things, that remains stubbornly silent in response to our deepest questions. The absurd arises in the collision between our demand for rational meaning and the world's irrational refusal to provide it. Think of it this way: we are creatures who ask why. We cannot help ourselves. We look at suffering and ask, why must we suffer? We look at death and ask, why must we die? We look at our own existence and ask, why am I here? What is my purpose? What does it all mean? These questions rise from the depths of human consciousness as naturally as breath. They define what it means to be human. We are meaning-seeking animals. We build elaborate structures of meaning, religions, philosophies, political ideologies, personal narratives, to answer these questions and make sense of our experience. But the universe does not answer. It does not speak. It does not provide the clarity we crave. People die for no reason. Suffering distributes itself without regard to justice or desert. The world operates according to physical laws that have no interest in human hopes or human needs. We can study these laws, we can manipulate them for our purposes, but we cannot find in them the ultimate meaning we seek. The universe is not cruel. That would imply intention. It is simply indifferent, silent, absurd. This confrontation between the human need for meaning and the world's silence is what Camus calls the absurd. It is not a property of the world alone, nor of human beings alone, but of the relationship between them. Take away either element, the human demand for meaning, or the world's irrational silence, and the absurd disappears. But we cannot take away either element. We cannot stop being creatures who seek meaning, and we cannot force the universe to speak. So what do? This is the question that animated all of Camus' work. Faced with this fundamental absurdity, how should we live? Do we despair? Do we lie to ourselves with comforting fictions? Do we end our lives if life has no justification? Or is there another way, a way that neither denies the absurd nor surrenders to it? Camus' answer, developed across novels, plays, and philosophical essays, is rebellion. Not rebellion in the political sense, though that interested him too, but rebellion as a metaphysical stance. When faced with the absurd, we can choose to live fully and intensely without hope, without illusions, with clear-eyed lucidity about our condition. We can refuse to accept the verdict of meaninglessness as a reason for despair. We can say yes to life even when life offers us no ultimate justification for itself. This rebellion, this defiant affirmation of life in the face of absurdity, is the heart of Camus' philosophy. And this brings us back to Sisyphus, who becomes for Camus the ultimate hero of the absurd. Sisyphus cannot escape his fate. He cannot make his labour meaningful. He cannot complete his task or win his freedom. The gods have ensured that his work will be eternally futile, but he can choose how he relates to his fate. He can choose his consciousness of it, and in that choice lies everything. Camus imagines Sisyphus at the bottom of the mountain, having watched his boulder roll away yet again, preparing to climb down and retrieve it. This moment, the descent, the pause before beginning again, is crucial. This is the moment when Sisyphus is fully conscious of his condition. He sees clearly that his labour has no purpose, that it will never end, that the gods have condemned him to futility. In this moment, he could despair. The gods expect him to despair. They designed his punishment to produce despair. But what if Sisyphus does not despair? What if he looks at his boulder, at his mountain, at his eternal task, and chooses to continue not in resignation but in rebellion? What if he embraces his fate fully, without illusions but also without surrender? What if his very consciousness of the absurdity of his condition becomes his victory over it? The gods can control his actions, but they cannot control his consciousness. They cannot make him despair. His scorn for them, his refusal to give them the satisfaction of his misery, becomes his freedom. This is why Camus ends his essay, The Myth of Sisyphus, with one of the most striking sentences in 20th century philosophy. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. not content, not resigned, not numb to his suffering, but happy. Happy in his rebellion, happy in his lucidity, happy in the very struggle that the gods intended as torture. The struggle itself, the act of pushing the boulder, becomes sufficient. It needs no further justification. Tonight we will explore what this means, not just as an abstract philosophical position, but as a way of living. We will trace Camus' life from poverty in Algeria to the Nobel Prize, from resistance journalism during the Nazi occupation to bitter rupture with his former friend Jean-Paul Sartre. We will read his novels as philosophical explorations of absurd existence. We will distinguish his absurdism from nihilism and from existentialism, clarifying what he affirmed and what he rejected. We will ask hard questions about suicide, about ethics in a meaningless universe, about whether life without ultimate purpose can still be worth living. And we will discover that absurdism, properly understood, is not a philosophy of despair but of liberation. It does not tell us that nothing matters, but rather that we are free from the tyranny of cosmic justification. It does not counsel giving up, but living with maximum intensity precisely because our time is limited and our existence is not guaranteed any transcendent meaning. It asks us to love the world without needing the world to love us back. It invites us to be like Sisyphus, fully conscious of our absurd condition, yet happy in our revolt. Before we can understand Camus' response to the absurd, we need to grasp more precisely what he means by this term. Absurdism has entered popular culture in diluted forms, sometimes confused with simple meaninglessness, sometimes with dark humour or random chaos. But for Camus, the absurd has a specific philosophical meaning that must be understood on its own terms. The absurd is not a thing but a relationship. It emerges from the confrontation between two elements that cannot be reconciled. On one side stands the human being, equipped with reason, consciousness, and an insatiable hunger for clarity and meaning. We want to understand. We need to understand. Our minds are pattern-seeking machines that cannot stop trying to impose order on chaos, to find reasons behind events, to construct narratives that make sense of our experience. This is not a choice we make. It is built into the structure of human consciousness itself. On the other side stands the world, which offers no clarity, no ultimate explanations, no cosmic purpose written into the fabric of reality. The world simply is. Things happen according to natural laws that have no concern for human desires or human needs. People are born and die. Stars explode and galaxies collide. Life evolves without direction or goal. The universe, examined honestly, reveals no inherent meaning, no divine plan, no rational structure that would satisfy our human need to know why. The absurd arises in the collision between these two realities. It is neither in us nor in the world, but in the impossible marriage between the two. We are creatures who demand rational unity and clarity, living in a world that offers neither. This, for Camus, is the fundamental human condition. We cannot escape it by changing ourselves or by changing the world. We can only become conscious of it and decide how we will respond. Camus identifies several moments when the absurd makes itself felt most acutely. There are what he calls the absurd walls, the fundamental limitations and confrontations that force us to recognize our condition. Death is perhaps the most obvious. We build our lives, accumulate knowledge and experience, form relationships and create meaning, all while knowing with certainty that everything we build will be swept away. Death renders every human project ultimately futile. No matter what we accomplish, oblivion awaits. But death is not the only absurd wall. There is also the fundamental incomprehensibility of existence itself. Why is there something rather than nothing? Why this universe with these laws? Why consciousness? Why me? Philosophy and science can push back the boundaries of ignorance, explaining more and more about how things work. But they cannot answer the deepest why, the question of ultimate meaning and purpose. At some point, explanation stops. We hit the wall of brute existence that cannot be explained further. Things are because they are. There is the absurd wall of suffering. We can sometimes explain the mechanical causes of suffering, this disease, that injury, this psychological trauma, but we cannot explain why suffering exists at all, why the universe is structured such that conscious beings must endure pain. Theology attempts answers, but Camus finds them unconvincing. The amount and distribution of suffering in the world seems incompatible with the existence of a benevolent cosmic order. Suffering appears random, meaningless, absurd. There is the absurd wall of other consciousnesses. Other people remain fundamentally opaque to us. We can never fully know another person's inner experience, never fully bridge the gap between consciousnesses. We are locked inside our own subjectivity, trying to connect with other locked subjectivities, forever separated by the unbridgeable distance between one consciousness and another. Even love, that most intimate of connections, cannot fully overcome this fundamental isolation. And there is what Camus calls the absurd reasoning, the divorce between the actor and his setting. We live our daily lives absorbed in tasks and routines, playing our roles, following our habits. Then suddenly something breaks the spell. Perhaps we glimpse ourselves in a mirror and for a moment do not recognize the stranger looking back. Perhaps we feel displaced in our own life, watching ourselves from a distance, wondering who this person is and why they are doing these things. Perhaps we ask ourselves why we bother getting up each morning to repeat the same activities over and over. In these moments, the machinery of daily life becomes visible, and we see ourselves as actors in a play we did not write, following a script we do not understand, for an audience that does not exist. These moments of absurd consciousness can arrive suddenly and without warning. Camus describes one such moment in the myth of Sisyphus. Rising streetcar, 4 hours in the office or the factory, meal, streetcar, 4 hours of work, meal, sleep, and Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, according to the same rhythm, this path is easily followed most of the time. But one day the why arises, and everything begins in that weariness tinged with amazement. That question, why, is dangerous once it arises. Why do I follow this routine? Why do I pursue these goals? Why does any of it matter? And more fundamentally, why am I alive at all? Why continue this existence that offers no ultimate justification for itself? These questions, once asked seriously, cannot be easily dismissed. They reveal the absurd foundation beneath all our daily activities and concerns. Most people, most of the time, avoid these questions. We immerse ourselves in the immediate concerns of life. We invest meaning in our work, our relationships, our pleasures, our projects. We tell ourselves stories about who we are and what our lives mean. We adopt religions or philosophies or political causes that promise to make sense of existence. These are not necessarily lies, but they are evasions of the absurd. They are ways of covering over the fundamental meaninglessness with layers of constructed meaning. Camus does not judge these evasions harshly. He understands the human need to avoid the void, but he also believes that true philosophy must face the absurd directly, without flinching, without illusions. Philosophy begins not in wonder, as the ancient Greeks claimed, but in the recognition of absurdity. The first truly serious philosophical question, Camus argues, is whether life is worth living. Everything else is secondary. This might sound like nihilism, but it is crucial to understand that Camus is not a nihilist. Nihilism says life is meaningless, therefore nothing matters, Therefore, we should despair or abandon all values. The nihilist accepts meaninglessness and draws from it a conclusion of futility and despair. Everything is permitted because nothing matters. Action becomes pointless. Life becomes not worth living. Camus rejects this logic entirely. Yes, he agrees, life has no ultimate meaning. The universe does not provide us with a cosmic purpose. There is no divine plan. Death makes all human projects ultimately futile. But this does not lead to the conclusion that nothing matters or that we should despair. On the contrary, the recognition of absurdity can be liberating rather than crushing. It frees us from the burden of cosmic justification. We do not need to justify our existence against some ultimate standard. We can live for the sake of living, experience for the sake of experiencing, love for the sake of loving. The absurd, then, is not the conclusion of Camus' philosophy, but its starting point. It is the condition we must recognize clearly before we can decide how to live. And this decision, how to respond to the absurd, is where philosophy becomes most urgent and most practical. Do we deny the absurd through religion or metaphysical hope? Do we surrender to it through suicide? Or do we find a third way, a way of living that neither denies the absurd nor surrenders to it? Before Camus can answer this question, he must clear away what he sees as false solutions. There are many ways to evade the absurd, many philosophical and religious systems that promise to resolve the tension between human consciousness and cosmic silence. Camus will argue that these are forms of philosophical suicide, ways of killing the lucidity that perceives the absurd, ways of leaping away from the confrontation rather than sustaining it. To understand absurdism, we must first understand what it rejects. But before we turn to these philosophical questions, we need to understand the man who formulated them. Albert Camus did not arrive at absurdism through pure abstract reasoning. His philosophy grew from his life, from the specific circumstances of his existence in a specific place and time. To understand absurdism, we need to understand Algeria, poverty, tuberculosis, the Mediterranean sun, and a young man learning to think between the sea and philosophy books. Albert Camus was born on November 7th, 1913, in Mondovi, a small village in French colonial Algeria. His birth occurred at a moment of relative peace before the catastrophes of the 20th century would reshape the world. But peace did not touch the Camus family. His father, Lucien, a cellar worker in a vineyard, was conscripted into the French army and killed at the Battle of the Marne in October 1914, before Albert's first birthday. The wound was gruesome, shrapnel to the brain, and Lucien Camus suffered in a military hospital before dying. Albert would carry with him always the haunting image of the shrapnel fragment his mother kept as a relic, silent testimony to the random violence that had destroyed their family. After Lucien's death, Catherine Camus moved with her two sons to Algiers, into a 3-room apartment in the working-class neighbourhood of Belcourt. The family was desperately poor. Catherine worked as a cleaning woman to support her sons and her mother. She was also partially deaf and nearly illiterate, trapped in silence both literal and figurative. She spoke little, and when she did, her words were simple, direct, stripped of elaboration. Young Albert grew up in a household of poverty and silence, where survival was the primary concern and philosophical speculation a luxury they could not afford. But alongside the poverty, there was something else: the overwhelming physical presence of the Mediterranean world. Algeria was not a cold northern place of interior reflection and metaphysical brooding. It was a world of brilliant sun, azure sea, white buildings reflecting light so bright it hurt to look. The climate was sensual, immediate, physical, and despite his poverty, perhaps because of it, young Albert had access to the Mediterranean's greatest gifts: sunlight, swimming, football on dusty fields with neighbourhood boys. Camus would later write about his childhood in Algeria with something approaching religious feeling, though his was a religion of the body and the earth rather than the soul and heaven. In his early essay collection Nuptials, written when he was in his 20s, he captures the almost pagan joy of existing under the Mediterranean sun. In the spring, Tipasa is inhabited by gods, and the gods speak in the sun and the scent of absinthe leaves, in the silver armour of the sea, in the raw blue sky, the flower-covered ruins, and the great bubbles of light among the heaps of stone. This was not the language of abstract philosophy, but of physical intoxication with existence. The Mediterranean taught Camus that life could be justified by its own intensity, by the sheer sensory richness of embodied experience. Swimming in the sea, feeling the sun on his skin, playing football until exhausted, lying on beaches and watching light play on water, these were not trivial pleasures, but revelations of what it meant to be alive in a body in the world. This Mediterranean sensibility would mark all of Camus's thinking, separating him from the more abstract, introverted philosophies of Northern Europe. At school, Camus found a mentor who would change his life. Louis Germain, his primary school teacher, recognized the boy's intelligence and encouraged him to continue his education rather than leave school to work, as most children of his class did. Germain helped Camus win a scholarship to the Lycée, the French secondary school that opened doors to higher education. Years later, when Camus won the Nobel Prize, he wrote to Germain, "Without you, without the affectionate hand you extended to the small poor child that I was, without your teaching and example, none of all this would have happened." But even as his mind was opening to literature and philosophy, his body was betraying him. At 17, Camus contracted tuberculosis, the disease that would shadow him for the rest of his life. In the 1930s, before antibiotics, tuberculosis was often a death sentence, particularly for the poor who could not afford sanatorium care. Camus experienced his first hemorrhage while playing football, the sport he loved more than any other. The disease meant the end of his football career, the end of his certainty about a future, the end of his youth. Tuberculosis brought Camus face to face with death and with the arbitrary cruelty of existence. Why should he at 17 be struck down by disease? What had he done to deserve this? The universe offered no answer. The disease simply happened, indifferent to justice or merit. This confrontation with mortality and meaninglessness was not theoretical. It was visceral, urgent, terrifying. Camus would spend months in bed, coughing blood, wondering if he would live to see 20. But the disease also gave him something: time to think, to read, to write. During his forced convalescence, Camus devoured philosophy: Schopenhauer, Nietzsche, Kierkegaard, the ancient Greeks. He began to formulate questions that would occupy him for life. Why live if life offers no ultimate meaning? How do we respond to the certainty of death? Is physical existence, stripped of metaphysical justification, enough? His answers, when they came, were shaped by his Mediterranean upbringing. Unlike Schopenhauer, who saw existence as suffering to be escaped, or like Christian philosophers who promised transcendence in another world, Camus insisted on the value of this world, this body, this life. Poverty had taught him that life could be worth living even without material abundance. Illness had taught him that life was precious precisely because it was temporary. The Mediterranean had taught him that physical existence could be its own justification, needing no reference to anything beyond itself. These lessons came together in his early writings. The Wrong Side and the Right Side, a collection of essays published in 1937 when Camus was 24, explored poverty, illness, and mortality with unflinching honesty, but also with a strange tenderness. These were not the complaints of a nihilist, but the observations of someone learning to love existence despite its cruelty and meaninglessness. Already, the young Camus was groping toward absurdism, toward a way of affirming life without denying its fundamental absurdity. In 1935, Camus joined the Communist Party, drawn by its promise of justice for the poor and the colonized. Algeria was a colony, its Arab and Berber population subjugated by French settlers and excluded from full citizenship. Camus, himself poor and marginal despite his French heritage, felt kinship with the oppressed. But he was never a doctrinaire Marxist. His communism was emotional and ethical rather than ideological. When the party demanded he cut ties with a friend who had criticized Soviet policy, Camus refused and was expelled. It was an early sign of his independence of thought, his refusal to subordinate truth to party loyalty. In 1940, Camus moved to Paris, working as a journalist and beginning to make a name for himself in literary circles. He had published his first novel, A Happy Death, and was working on what would become The Stranger. But then history intervened. Germany invaded France in June 1940. The Third Republic collapsed. The Nazis occupied Paris and the northern half of France, while a collaborationist government based in Vichy controlled the south. France was defeated, humiliated, divided. Camus, prevented from active military service by his tuberculosis, joined the resistance through journalism. He became an editor of Combat, an underground newspaper that published illegally during the occupation, calling for resistance against Nazi rule and the Vichy collaborators. This was dangerous work. Discovery meant torture and execution, but it was also meaningful work in a way that connected philosophy to action. The resistance was an absurd rebellion, a small group of people fighting against impossible odds with no guarantee of success, sustained only by their refusal to accept defeat. It was during the war that Camus wrote and published The Stranger and the Myth of Sisyphus, the two works that would establish his reputation and define absurdism. The Stranger, published in 1942, told the story of Meursault, a French Algerian who murders an Arab man on a beach and then faces trial less for the murder itself than for his failure to conform to society's expectations of how a person should feel and behave. The Myth of Sisyphus, published the same year, was Camus' philosophical exploration of suicide, meaninglessness, and the possibility of happiness without hope. These works established Camus as a major voice in French literature and philosophy. When Paris was liberated in August 1944, Camus was 30 years old, celebrated, influential, connected to everyone who mattered in Parisian intellectual life. He met and became friends with Jean-Paul Sartre and Simone de Beauvoir, the philosophers and writers who would define French existentialism. For a few years they were close. They drank together, argued together, supported each other's work. But the friendship would not last. Camus and Sartre were too different, their philosophies ultimately incompatible, their political visions irreconcilable. The break, when it came in the 1950s, would be bitter and public. A philosophical divorce played out in essays and articles for all the world to see. But the friendship would not last. Camus and Sartre were too different, their philosophies ultimately incompatible, their political visions irreconcilable. The break, when it came in the 1950s, would be bitter and public. A philosophical divorce played out in essays and articles for all the world to see. After the war, Camus published The Plague, an allegorical novel about a city sealed off by an epidemic, which could be read as commentary on the Nazi occupation or as meditation on the human condition more broadly. The novel was a huge popular and critical success, cementing Camus' status as one of France's leading writers. Then came The Rebel, a long philosophical essay exploring rebellion as a response to absurdity, distinguishing legitimate revolt from nihilistic terrorism and totalitarian revolution. It was this work that would trigger the rupture with Sartre. By the mid-1950s, Camus was one of the most famous writers in the world. In 1957, at age 43, he became the second youngest person ever to receive the Nobel Prize in Literature. The Swedish Academy praised him for illuminating the problems of the human conscience in our times. But the recognition came with complications. Camus was now a public figure, expected to comment on every political crisis, caught in the crossfire between left and right, between Algeria's independence movement and French colonialism, between his principles and his personal loyalties. The Algerian War for Independence had begun in 1954. Camus was torn. He opposed French colonialism and supported equal rights for Arabs and Berbers. But he also feared the violence of revolution, worried about the fate of the European settlers who were his people, his family, his childhood neighbours. When pressed to choose sides absolutely, he famously said, "I believe in justice, but I will defend my mother before justice." It was an honest statement of his limits, his inability to achieve the abstract purity that ideology demanded. But it satisfied no one. Both sides condemned him. By the late 1950s, Camus was exhausted, disillusioned, struggling with writer's block. He had divorced his first wife and remarried, but his second marriage was troubled. He had affairs. He drank. He felt increasingly isolated from the Parisian intellectual scene that had once embraced him. He retreated to his writing, working on an autobiographical novel called The First Man, exploring his childhood in Algeria, trying to understand the roots of his consciousness. On January 4th, 1960, Camus was travelling from the south of France back to Paris. He was a passenger in a car driven by his friend and publisher Michel Gallimard. The car veered off the road and crashed into a tree at high speed. Gallimard was seriously injured and died days later. Camus was killed instantly. He was 46 years old. In his briefcase, police found the manuscript of The First Man, unfinished, along with an unused train ticket. He had planned to take the train, but accepted Gallimard's offer of a ride at the last moment. The arbitrariness of his death seemed cruelly appropriate for a philosopher of the absurd. A random decision, car instead of train, led to a random accident that ended his life in an instant. No cosmic meaning, no tragic necessity, just meaningless chance. In his own notebooks, Camus had once written, "Man is the only creature who refuses to be what he is." But in death, he was simply what death made him. Gone. The universe had demonstrated once more its magnificent indifference. His death devastated French literature. Sartre, despite their estrangement, wrote a tribute. In Camus, as he was and as he believed he was, there were contradictions. But those who prefer harmony to contradiction will have nothing to say to men. It was a generous eulogy from a former friend, acknowledging both the man's complexity and his importance. Camus left behind a body of work that would grow in influence over the decades. Initially overshadowed by existentialism and then by structuralism and post-structuralism, absurdism would experience a resurgence in the late 20th and early 21st centuries. New generations facing their own crises of meaning would discover in Camus a guide for living without false hopes, a philosopher who said yes to life without requiring life to justify itself first. But to understand what he left behind, we need to return to the philosophical questions he grappled with, beginning with the most serious question philosophy can ask. The myth of Sisyphus opens with one of the most arresting sentences in 20th century philosophy. There is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Camus continues, "Judging whether life is or is not worth living, amounts to answering the fundamental question of philosophy. All the rest, whether or not the world has 3 dimensions, whether the mind has 9 or 12 categories, comes afterwards. This opening is deliberately provocative. Camus wants to jolt us out of abstract philosophical speculation and into confrontation with the most concrete, urgent question possible. Should I continue living or not? This is not a question for detached academic consideration. It is a question that every person must answer implicitly through their continued existence. To keep living is to answer yes, at least provisionally. To commit suicide is to answer no. But on what basis do we answer? For Camus, this question becomes particularly pressing once we have recognized the absurd. If life has no ultimate meaning, if the universe offers no justification for existence, if death will erase everything we build, then why bother? Why continue the charade? Why push the boulder up the mountain when we know it will roll back down? The logic seems straightforward. Meaninglessness implies futility, implies life not worth living. This logic is what motivates both nihilism and, in its most extreme form, suicide. The nihilist reasons, nothing has inherent meaning, therefore nothing matters, therefore existence is pointless. Some nihilists simply descend into passive despair, going through the motions of life without investment or care. Others embrace a kind of aggressive nihilism, actively working to tear down values and meaning systems since all such systems are illusions anyway. And some conclude that the most logical response to meaninglessness is to end a life that cannot be justified. Camus takes the question of suicide seriously precisely because he recognizes the absurd as fundamental to the human condition. He does not dismiss the question or pretend it is based on confusion. On the contrary, he sees it as the question that arises naturally and unavoidably once we have acknowledged that life offers no ultimate meaning. If we are honest about the absurd, we must confront the possibility that suicide is the logical response. But Camus will argue that this logic is flawed. The recognition of absurdity does not necessarily lead to the conclusion that life is not worth living. In fact, he will claim that suicide is a kind of surrender to the absurd, a way of letting the absurd win. And more surprisingly, he will suggest that once we truly accept the absurd, we might find ourselves more free and more capable of happiness than we were when we clung to illusions of meaning. Before developing his own position, Camus carefully distinguishes between what he calls physical suicide and philosophical suicide. This distinction is crucial for understanding his philosophy. Physical suicide is straightforward, the act of ending one's own life. It is the concrete bodily surrender to despair. The person who commits physical suicide looks at the absurdity of existence and decides that non-existence is preferable. Unable to bear the tension of living without meaning, unable to find justification for continued existence, unable to construct sufficient meaning to make life bearable, they choose death. Physical suicide is the ultimate capitulation. It says, "The absurd wins, I give up. I cannot endure this meaningless existence any longer." But there is another kind of suicide, less obvious but more common, that Camus calls philosophical suicide. This is the act of killing not the body, but the lucidity that perceives the absurd. It is the escape into belief systems that promise to resolve the tension between human consciousness and cosmic silence. It is the leap into faith, hope, or metaphysical systems that deny or overcome the fundamental meaninglessness of existence. Philosophical suicide takes many forms. The most obvious is religious faith. Faced with the absurdity of existence, the believer leaps into faith in God, in divine purpose, in cosmic meaning. Christianity promises that life has transcendent significance, that suffering serves a divine plan, that death is not the end but transition to eternal life. This makes life bearable. It resolves the absurd by denying one half of it, by insisting that the universe does speak, that meaning does exist, that we are not alone in cosmic silence. But Camus sees this as a form of suicide because it kills the consciousness of the absurd. It requires abandoning intellectual honesty, giving up the lucid recognition that the universe offers no answers. The leap of faith is a leap away from reason, away from evidence, away from the courageous confrontation with meaninglessness. It is comforting, certainly. It may even be psychologically necessary for many people. But it is not, for Camus, an acceptable philosophical response. The same critique applies to other forms of philosophical escape. Existentialists like Kierkegaard or Jaspers or Shestov, Camus argues, ultimately perform philosophical suicide by introducing hope, by suggesting that authentic existence or subjective truth or relationship with the transcendent can overcome absurdity. They begin by recognizing meaninglessness, but then leap toward meaning through various philosophical maneuvers. They cannot sustain the tension. They need an exit. Even certain forms of secular philosophy commit philosophical suicide by smuggling in meaning through the back door. Philosophies that claim we can create our own meaning, that freedom itself provides foundation for value, that human projects are self-justifying, these strike Camus as evasions of the truly absurd. They want to have it both ways, acknowledging that the universe provides no meaning while insisting that meaning can still be found or made. But if the universe is truly indifferent, if meaning is truly absent from the cosmic structure, then our human meaning-making projects are themselves absurd, temporary, ultimately futile. We can create meaning for ourselves, yes, but this meaning will die with us and leave no trace in an indifferent universe. Camus' critique of philosophical suicide is not meant to attack religion or other meaning-making systems as such. He understands their power and their necessity for most people. But he insists that philosophy must be honest. If we start by recognizing the absurd, we cannot then escape it through conceptual sleight of hand. We must sustain the confrontation without flinching, without hoping for resolution, without inventing metaphysical exits. So Camus rejects both physical and philosophical suicide. He will not surrender to death, and he will not surrender to comforting illusions. But what remains? If life has no ultimate meaning, and if we refuse to invent false meanings or end our lives, what is left? How do we live without hope and without despair? This is where Camus' philosophy becomes most interesting and most difficult. He must chart a course between nihilistic despair on one side and meaning-making illusions on the other. He must find a way to affirm life without justifying it, to embrace existence without requiring existence to make sense. This is the tightrope of absurdism, living fully in awareness of fundamental meaninglessness. The key for Camus lies in rebellion. Not rebellion against specific injustices, though that matters too, but rebellion as a metaphysical stance toward the absurd itself. Faced with meaninglessness, we can choose neither to escape nor to surrender, but to rebel. We can say no to the verdict of futility. We can refuse to accept that meaninglessness makes life not worth living. We can live with maximum intensity precisely because life offers no transcendent justification. This rebellion is not irrational optimism. Camus is not suggesting we should pretend life has meaning when it does not. He is not counselling positive thinking or self-deception. The rebellion he advocates is lucid, clear-eyed, fully conscious of what it rebels against. It is rebellion with no hope of victory, rebellion for its own sake, rebellion as a way of being human in an absurd universe. Think again of Sisyphus. He cannot escape his punishment. He cannot make his labour meaningful. He cannot win. But he can rebel by refusing to despair, by embracing his fate, by finding in the very struggle his reason for continuing. His rebellion does not change his external situation. He will push the boulder forever. But it changes everything about his internal relationship to his situation. He becomes free in his consciousness, even though his body remains enslaved. This is the heart of Camus' response to the suicide question. Life is absurd, yes. Life has no ultimate meaning, yes. Death will erase everything, yes. But none of this implies that life is not worth living. On the contrary, these facts might liberate us to live more fully, more intensely, more joyfully than we could if we were burdened with cosmic purposes and transcendent obligations. The absurd, properly embraced, is not crushing but freeing. But before we can fully understand this response, we need to examine more carefully what Camus means by philosophical suicide and why he rejects it so firmly. We need to see how philosophers and theologians have tried to escape the absurd, and why Camus believes these escapes ultimately fail. Camus dedicates a substantial portion of the myth of Sisyphus to analysing what he sees as philosophical suicides, thinkers who begin by recognising absurdity but then leap away from it into various forms of hope or meaning. Understanding his critique of these thinkers helps clarify what absurdism rejects and why it must remain so uncompromising in its lucidity. The primary target is Søren Kierkegaard, the 19th century Danish philosopher often considered the father of existentialism. Kierkegaard understood the absurd deeply. He saw that reason cannot bridge the gap between human consciousness and ultimate truth. He recognized that existence precedes essence, that we must act without ultimate justification, that anxiety and despair are fundamental to human consciousness. In many ways, Kierkegaard anticipates Camus' own insights into the absurd condition, but then, in Camus' view, Kierkegaard commits suicide. Unable to sustain the tension of the absurd, he makes what he calls the leap of faith into religious belief. For Kierkegaard, this leap is specifically Christian, the embrace of Christ as the absurd intersection of time and eternity, human and divine. Reason cannot justify this leap. Evidence does not support it. It is absurd, which is precisely why it requires faith. The more absurd, the greater the faith required, the more authentic the religious commitment. Camus sees this as intellectual surrender disguised as courage. Yes, Kierkegaard recognizes the absurd. Yes, he understands that faith cannot be rationally justified, but he leaps anyway, escaping from the unbearable tension into the comforting certainty of religious commitment. The leap is not courageous but cowardly, an escape from lucidity into hope. Kierkegaard starts with honest confrontation of meaninglessness, but ends in the arms of meaning, saved by faith from having to live without consolation. For Camus, this will not do. If we truly accept that reason cannot provide ultimate answers, that the universe offers no inherent meaning, that existence is fundamentally absurd, then we cannot simply leap into faith as an escape hatch. The leap is dishonest. It wants to preserve the recognition of absurdity while escaping its consequences. It wants the intellectual credentials of clear-sighted realism while enjoying the emotional comfort of belief. But you cannot have both. Either the universe speaks, in which case existence is not absurd, or it does not, in which case faith is self-deception. Camus extends this critique to other religious existentialists. Karl Jaspers speaks of transcendence, of limit situations that open us to the eternal. But this is another escape, another way of suggesting that absurdity can be overcome through mystical experience or relationship with the transcendent. Lev Shestov insists that reason is inadequate and that we must embrace irrationality and paradox as paths to truth. But this too is philosophical suicide, the murder of reason in favour of faith. Even Edmund Husserl, the founder of phenomenology, comes under criticism. Husserl sought to establish philosophy on a rigorous, scientific foundation through the method of phenomenological reduction. By bracketing assumptions and examining consciousness itself, he hoped to reach certainties that transcend the absurd. But for Camus, this is just another version of philosophical suicide, the hope that method can save us, that careful thinking can escape the fundamental meaninglessness that thinking itself reveals. What unites all these thinkers, in Camus' analysis, is hope. They hope that absurdity can be overcome, that meaning can be found or accessed through faith or experience or method. They cannot bear to live without hope. But hope, for Camus, is precisely the problem. Hope is always hope for something beyond the absurd. Hope for meaning, for transcendence, for escape. And as long as we hope, we are not truly confronting the absurd. We are using hope as an anesthetic against the pain of meaninglessness. Absurdism requires giving up hope. This sounds cruel, even depressing. How can we live without hope? Doesn't hope sustain us through difficulty? Doesn't hope give us reason to continue? But Camus distinguishes between hope as general psychological state and hope as metaphysical commitment. He is not saying we cannot hope for specific limited things. Hope to feel better tomorrow, hope to finish a project, hope to see a friend. He is saying we cannot hope for ultimate meaning, cosmic purpose, transcendent justification. We cannot hope that the absurd will somehow be resolved or overcome. Living without this kind of hope means living in full acceptance of absurdity. It means acknowledging that life has no ultimate meaning and then living anyway, not in the hope that meaning will eventually appear, but in acceptance that it never will. This is what Camus calls lucidity, clear-sighted awareness of our condition without illusions, without escapes, without philosophical suicide. But lucidity alone is not enough. We could be lucid and still despair. We could clearly recognize the absurd and conclude that life under such conditions is not worth living. This is where physical suicide becomes tempting. If we give up the false comforts of hope, if we refuse philosophical suicide, if we see clearly that existence is fundamentally meaningless, then why continue? Camus' answer is that physical suicide is also an escape, a surrender, a way of letting the absurd win. Suicide says, life without meaning is not worth living. But why should we accept this verdict? Why should meaning be a prerequisite for life? Suicide gives the absurd too much power, allows it to dictate our response. It treats meaninglessness as a problem that must be solved, and when the problem proves insoluble, it chooses death. But what if meaninglessness is not a problem to be solved, but a condition to be lived? What if the proper response to absurdity is not escape or surrender, but rebellion? What if we can live fully, intensely, even joyfully precisely, in awareness of fundamental meaninglessness? This is the possibility Camus wants to explore, the possibility of absurd happiness. To understand this possibility, we need to think carefully about what makes life worth living. Most people would say, life is worth living because it has meaning, purpose, value. We justify our existence by pointing to our relationships, our work, our contributions, our experiences, our spiritual growth. We tell ourselves stories about why we matter, why our lives are significant, why our existence is justified. But all of this assumes that life needs justification, that existence requires meaning to be worthwhile. Camus questions this assumption. Why should life need external justification? Why can't existence justify itself simply by being? Why can't experience, consciousness, sensation, activity be their own justification, requiring no reference to anything beyond themselves? Think of a child playing. The child does not ask whether play is meaningful or purposeful. The child plays for the sake of playing, fully absorbed in the immediate experience. The activity justifies itself. It does not need to serve some larger purpose. It is not a means to an end, but an end in itself. This is what Camus means by life justifying itself through its own intensity rather than through reference to external meaning. Or think of moments when you have been completely absorbed in an activity, reading, hiking, making love, watching a sunset, playing music. In these moments, you are not asking whether the activity is meaningful or purposeful. You are simply experiencing it fully. The question of ultimate meaning does not arise because the immediacy of experience displaces it. The activity is its own justification. Camus suggests we might live our entire lives this way, not in constant peak experience, which would be exhausting and impossible, but in fundamental acceptance that life does not need ultimate meaning to be worth living. We can live for the sake of living, experience for the sake of experiencing. We can embrace the physical, sensory, immediate reality of existence without requiring it to serve some cosmic purpose. This is what distinguishes absurdism from nihilism. The nihilist says, life has no meaning, therefore life is worthless, therefore we should despair or abandon values or commit suicide. The absurdist says, life has no meaning, and that's fine, we can live fully anyway. The nihilist treats meaninglessness as a verdict against life. The absurdist treats meaninglessness as a liberation from the burden of cosmic justification. But this requires killing hope. Hope for meaning, hope for transcendence, hope for escape from absurdity. And this is why Camus is so critical of philosophical suicide. As long as we hope that absurdity can be overcome, we are not truly accepting our condition. We are still treating meaninglessness as a problem to be solved rather than a reality to be lived. We are still using hope as an anesthetic against lucidity. True absurdism requires both clear sight and acceptance. We must see the absurd clearly, without illusions, and we must accept it without despair, without surrender, without escape. This is the narrow path that Camus charts between nihilistic despair and meaning-making illusions. It is not an easy path. It requires constant vigilance against both hope and despair. But it is, Camus believes, the only honest way to live. And having rejected both physical and philosophical suicide, having committed to lucid acceptance of the absurd, we are ready to ask, what now? How do we actually live absurdly? What does it mean in practice to rebel against meaninglessness without hoping to overcome it? This is where Camus must move from critique to construction, from rejection to affirmation, from analysis of the absurd to guidance for absurd living. Before Camus can fully develop his positive vision of absurd living, he must complete his analysis of physical suicide. Why exactly is suicide the wrong response to absurdity? Why does it constitute surrender rather than liberation? The answer reveals important aspects of Camus' philosophy and his understanding of what it means to be human. Consider the logic that leads to suicide in response to meaninglessness. The reasoning goes something like this. Life has no ultimate purpose or meaning. Everything I do will eventually be erased by death. My existence serves no cosmic function. I am fundamentally alone in an indifferent universe. This existence is unbearable. Death would be preferable to continued awareness of this terrible truth. Therefore, I should end my life. This reasoning appears logical. It moves from premises about meaninglessness to a conclusion about the preferability of non-existence. But Camus identifies a crucial error in this logic. The error lies in treating meaninglessness as a problem that makes life objectively not worth living, as if there were some external standard by which we could judge that meaningful life is worth living, but meaningless life is not. But where does this standard come from? If life truly has no ultimate meaning, if the universe truly offers no justification for existence, then there is also no cosmic rule that says life without meaning is not worth living. That judgment is not written into the fabric of reality. It is a human assessment, a human decision. And if it is a human decision, then we are free to decide otherwise. The person contemplating suicide due to meaninglessness is actually smuggling in an unexamined assumption that life requires meaning to be worthwhile. But why accept this assumption? Where does it come from? Not from the universe, which neither assigns meaning nor declares meaningless life unworthy. The assumption comes from us, from human habits of thought, from cultural conditioning, from the belief that existence must justify itself against some external standard. Camus challenges this assumption root and branch. Why should life need justification? Why can't life simply be, without requiring cosmic approval or ultimate purpose? Why can't the fact of existence be sufficient unto itself? Once we truly accept that the universe offers no meaning and no standards, we must also accept that there is no cosmic rule declaring meaningless life not worth living. We are free to live without justification, to exist without permission, to be without cosmic approval. Suicide, then, is actually a capitulation to the very demand for meaning that absurdism rejects. It says, I agree that life without meaning is not worth living, and since life has no meaning, I choose death. But this is giving the absurd too much power. It is allowing the absence of meaning to dictate our response. It is treating meaninglessness as a verdict rather than simply as a fact. The absurd hero, the person who truly accepts absurdity, responds differently. The absurd hero says, life has no meaning, and so what? I will live anyway. Not in hope that meaning will appear, not in illusion that I can create cosmic significance, but simply because I choose to exist. Because existence is preferable to non-existence, because the struggle itself is sufficient. This is rebellion. Rebellion against what? Not against meaninglessness itself. That would be futile, like rebelling against gravity or mathematics. Meaninglessness is simply a fact about the universe. Rather, we rebel against the verdict that meaninglessness makes life not worth living. We rebel against despair. We rebel against surrender. We rebel against the temptation to give the absurd its victory by ending our existence. Camus puts this dramatically. The reasoning can be summed up thus: there is no fate that cannot be surmounted by scorn. The absurd sentence us to meaningless existence, to eventual death, to cosmic insignificance. But we can respond to this sentence with scorn, with defiance, with refusal to be defeated by it. Our scorn does not change the facts. We will still die, our accomplishments will still be erased, the universe will still remain indifferent. But our scorn changes our relationship to these facts. It transforms us from victims of the absurd into rebels against it. Think again of Sisyphus. The gods have condemned him to eternal futile labour. They expect him to despair. They have designed his punishment specifically to break his spirit. If Sisyphus kills himself, the gods win. They have demonstrated that meaningless existence is unbearable, that human consciousness cannot sustain itself without hope or purpose. Sisyphus's death would validate their judgment, but if Sisyphus continues, if he embraces his fate fully and defiantly, if he finds in the struggle itself sufficient reason to continue, then he defeats the gods in the only way possible. He demonstrates that consciousness can sustain itself without hope, that human beings can live without cosmic justification, that life does not need meaning to be worthwhile. His continued existence becomes itself an act of rebellion, a middle finger raised to the gods and to the absurd. This is why physical suicide is surrender. It gives the absurd what it seems to demand. Our retreat from existence, our admission that life without meaning is unbearable, our capitulation to despair. It allows the absence of meaning to win. But we do not have to grant meaning this power over us. We can choose to live without it, to exist defiantly in full awareness of cosmic indifference. There is also a quantitative argument against suicide that Camus makes. Suicide cuts short the quantity of experiences we could have. It trades possible future experiences for permanent non-experience. But if life has no ultimate meaning or purpose, then quantity of experience becomes important in a way it might not be if we believed in eternal life or cosmic purpose. This is our one chance at existence. There is no afterlife, no reincarnation, no transcendent continuation. Death is final. So why cut short the limited existence we have? The absurd person, Camus suggests, should want maximum quantity of experience precisely because existence is temporary and unjustified. If we only get one shot at being alive, if consciousness is a brief and inexplicable accident in an uncaring universe, then we should extract from existence every possible moment, every possible experience, every possible sensation. Not because these experiences mean something in cosmic terms, but simply because experiencing is better than not experiencing, being is better than not being. This might sound hedonistic, and in a sense it is, but it is an austere hedonism, stripped of illusions about pleasure leading to happiness, or happiness justifying existence. Camus is not promising that life will be pleasant or that pleasure will satisfy. He is simply observing that existence, whatever its character, is preferable to non-existence, that experience, whatever its quality, is preferable to void. Living is better than not living, not because life has meaning, but simply because life is life and death is death. There is something primal and inarguable about this preference. We can ask someone to justify their preference for continued existence, but at some point justification must end and bare preference must stand on its own. I prefer to exist rather than not exist. I prefer experience to void. I prefer consciousness to oblivion. These preferences need no further justification. They are bedrock. Suicide violates this bedrock preference. It chooses non-existence over existence, void over experience, oblivion over consciousness. And it does so based on reasoning about meaning, reasoning that absurdism has already rejected as irrelevant. If meaning does not exist and does not matter, then lack of meaning cannot justify choosing non-existence over existence. Of course, Camus is not discussing suicide motivated by unbearable physical pain or terminal illness or mental suffering so severe that consciousness itself becomes torture. These are separate ethical questions involving suffering rather than meaning. Camus' analysis specifically addresses suicide as a response to philosophical recognition of absurdity. Suicide motivated by the conclusion that life without meaning is not worth living. To this specific motivation, absurdism offers a clear answer. You have misunderstood the implications of meaninglessness. You have allowed the absence of cosmic justification to poison your will to exist. But meaninglessness need not lead to this conclusion. Once you truly accept that life needs no justification, that existence can be its own warrant, that being is preferable to not being regardless of cosmic purpose, then the absurd loses its power to motivate despair. You can live without hope and without despair, in lucid acceptance of your condition. This is the first great achievement of absurdism. It breaks the supposed logical connection between meaninglessness and suicide. It shows that the recognition of absurdity need not lead to self-destruction. But preventing suicide is not enough. Camus wants more than mere survival. He wants to show that absurd life can be not just bearable, but good, not just survivable, but worth living, not just tolerated, but embraced. He wants to show how consciousness of the absurd might actually liberate us to live more fully than we did under the burden of meaning-seeking. To do this, he must develop a positive account of absurd living. What does it mean to live well in awareness of fundamental meaninglessness? What virtues or practices or attitudes enable us to embrace absurdity without despair? How do we actually live as absurd rebels? This is where Camus' philosophy becomes constructive rather than merely critical, where he moves from analysis of the problem to guidance for life. Having rejected both physical suicide and philosophical suicide, having committed to living lucidly in awareness of the absurd, Camus must now answer the practical question: how do we live? What does absurd existence look like in practice? His answer centers on three consequences of absurd awareness: revolt, freedom, and passion. These are not virtues in the traditional sense, not moral commandments, but rather natural responses that flow from truly accepting absurdity. The first consequence is revolt. We have already encountered this concept, but now we can understand it more deeply. Revolt is the fundamental stance of the absurd person toward existence. It is the refusal to accept despair as the necessary conclusion of meaninglessness. It is the defiant affirmation of life without hope and without illusions. It is saying yes to existence even when existence offers no justification for itself. Revolt is not hope. Hope looks toward the future, expecting improvement or resolution or escape. Revolt remains firmly in the present, accepting the unchangeable nature of the absurd while refusing to be defeated by it. Revolt does not believe things will get better. It does not expect meaning to appear, or suffering to end, or death to be overcome. It sees clearly that the absurd is permanent, that our condition will not improve, and it lives fully anyway. Think of the difference between a prisoner who hopes for release and a prisoner who revolts against imprisonment. The hopeful prisoner organizes life around the possibility of freedom, waiting and preparing for eventual escape. The revolting prisoner accepts that imprisonment may be permanent, but refuses to let imprisonment define them, finding ways to maintain dignity and autonomy within the constraints. Hope requires belief in possible change. Revolt requires only refusal to surrender. For the absurd person, existence is imprisonment in mortality, meaninglessness, and eventual death. Hope would mean believing this condition might change, through afterlife, through cosmic purpose eventually revealed, through transcendence of human limits. But hope is philosophical suicide. It escapes the absurd rather than confronting it. Revolt accepts the prison as permanent and finds freedom within it. This revolt must be sustained constantly. It is not a one-time decision but an ongoing practice. Every day the absurd threatens to overwhelm us with its weight. Every day we face the temptation of either hope or despair. Revolt means neither hoping for escape nor surrendering to futility, but maintaining the tension of lucid defiance. It is like Sisyphus pushing his boulder. The act must be repeated endlessly, and the repetition itself becomes the point. Revolt also means revolt against all systems that claim to provide ultimate answers. If the absurd is truly fundamental, then any ideology, religion, or philosophy that promises to overcome it must be viewed with suspicion. Revolt stands against all absolute claims, all attempts to impose final meaning on existence, all systems that demand we sacrifice individual consciousness to some supposed higher truth. This makes absurdism inherently anti-authoritarian, skeptical of grand narratives and total explanations. The second consequence of absurd awareness is freedom. This might seem paradoxical. How does recognition of meaninglessness lead to freedom? Aren't we trapped in absurdity, imprisoned by our mortal limits, constrained by the indifference of the universe? But the freedom Camus describes is not freedom from external constraints. It is freedom from internal burdens, specifically the burden of ultimate justification. Consider how much of human anxiety and suffering comes from the belief that our lives must mean something, that we must justify our existence, that we must live up to some cosmic standard of significance. We worry about whether we are living correctly, whether we are fulfilling our purpose, whether our lives add up to something worthwhile. We compare ourselves to others, measure ourselves against ideals, torture ourselves with questions about whether we have wasted our lives or used them well. All of this presupposes that life has or should have ultimate meaning, that existence must be justified, that there is a right way to live and we might be getting it wrong. But if life truly has no cosmic purpose, if the universe sets no standards for human existence, if our lives need not add up to anything beyond themselves, then we are free from this entire framework of judgment. We need not justify ourselves to the cosmos. We need not live up to anyone's expectations, including our own grandiose aspirations. We are free to exist without permission. This is the liberation of absurdity. Once we accept that life has no ultimate meaning, we are released from the burden of creating or achieving such meaning. We do not have to accomplish great things. We do not have to leave a legacy. We do not have to make our lives add up to some coherent narrative. We can simply live, experiencing day by day, without requiring our existence to justify itself to any external standard. This freedom extends to ethics as well. If there is no cosmic moral law, if good and evil are not written into the structure of reality, then we are free to determine our own values. This does not mean anything goes or that ethics becomes arbitrary. Camus will argue that certain ethical principles emerge from the condition of being human in an absurd world. But these principles are human creations, human responses to human needs, not dictates from on high. We are also free from the tyranny of the future. So much of human life is organized around future goals, future achievements, future vindication. We sacrifice present satisfaction for future benefit. We endure current misery in hope of eventual happiness. We live for tomorrow rather than today. But if death is final and meaning does not exist, then the future has no special claim on us. The present is all we actually have. We are free to live now rather than constantly deferring life until some imagined future when conditions will be right. This leads to the third consequence, passion. By passion, Camus means intensity of experience, full engagement with the present, maximum extraction of sensation and awareness from existence. If this is our only life, if consciousness is brief and death final, if experience is all we get, then we should experience as much as possible, as intensely as possible, for as long as possible. Passion means embracing the physical, sensory, immediate reality of existence. It means swimming in the sea, feeling the sun, playing football, making love, tasting food, watching sunsets, walking through cities, talking with friends. It means being present in the body, attentive to sensation, alive to the world as it actually is, rather than as we wish it to be or imagine it might become. This passion is not the passion of romantic excess or desperate hedonism. It is not about chasing peak experiences or pursuing pleasure at all costs. Rather, it is a certain quality of attention, a way of being present to experience without constantly judging it or wishing it were different. It is the passionate embrace of reality as it is, including its difficulties and sorrows, without requiring reality to conform to our desires. The absurd person seeks quantity of experiences rather than some idealized quality. If life has no ultimate meaning, then no particular experience is more meaningful than another. What matters is experiencing fully, accumulating consciousness, being alive in as many moments as possible. This means not wasting time waiting for ideal conditions or perfect moments. It means living now, in whatever circumstances we find ourselves, extracting experience from each moment. There is something almost greedy about this passion, greedy for life, for experience, for consciousness. The absurd person knows that death is coming, that all consciousness will end, that no experience lasts. So they want more. More life, more experience, more moments of awareness before the final silence. Not because these experiences mean something ultimate, but simply because experiencing is what consciousness does, and we have consciousness for such a brief time. Together, revolt, freedom, and passion form the pillars of absurd living. Revolt is the fundamental stance of defiance toward meaninglessness. Freedom is the liberation from cosmic justification. Passion is the embrace of lived experience. They support each other and require each other. Revolt without passion becomes mere stubbornness. Passion without freedom becomes desperate hedonism. Freedom without revolt becomes passive nihilism. But together, they constitute a way of being human that neither denies the absurd nor surrenders to it. Camus illustrates these consequences through various figures he calls absurd creators or absurd heroes. These are not necessarily people who consciously embrace absurdism as a philosophy. Rather, they are people whose lives exemplify what it means to live absurdly, to create or act without hope of ultimate meaning, to engage fully with existence despite its futility, to revolt through their continued passionate engagement with life. We return now to Sisyphus, the figure who gives Camus' essay its title and who embodies most perfectly the philosophy of absurd rebellion. To understand why Sisyphus can be happy, we need to examine his myth more carefully and see how Camus interprets it. According to the ancient Greek myths, Sisyphus was the king of Corinth, known for his cleverness and cunning. The myths vary in their accounts of his crimes, but they agree that he offended the gods grievously. Some say he betrayed divine secrets to mortals. Others say he tricked death itself. When death came for him, Sisyphus managed to chain death up so that no one could die until the gods intervened. Still others say he saw Zeus abduct the nymph Aegina and informed her father, earning Zeus's eternal wrath. Whatever the specific crime, the gods decided that Sisyphus deserved special punishment. They condemned him to Tartarus, the deepest level of the underworld, and set him a task. He must roll an enormous boulder up a steep mountain. When he reaches the summit, the boulder will roll back down to the bottom, and he must descend and begin again. This will continue for all eternity, endless repetition of futile labour, consciousness forced to recognize its own powerlessness. The gods understood what would make this punishment terrible. It is not primarily physical suffering, though the labour is certainly brutal. Rather, it is the absolute futility combined with full awareness of that futility. Sisyphus knows his task can never be completed. He knows the boulder will always roll back down. He knows his effort accomplishes nothing. He cannot escape into ignorance or hope. He must push the boulder with complete consciousness of the meaninglessness of his labour. This makes Sisyphus the perfect metaphor for the human condition as Camus understands it. We are all Sisyphus. We engage in tasks and projects and relationships and careers, building lives with great effort, only to see everything we build eventually destroyed by death. We know this. We cannot escape knowing it. We are conscious beings condemned to futile labour with full awareness of its futility. Our boulder is human existence itself. We push it up the mountain of life, and death rolls it back down. The obvious response would be despair. Why continue pushing if we know the boulder will fall? Why work, love, create, struggle, if death erases everything? The punishment of Sisyphus seems designed to produce despair, to break the spirit through consciousness of meaninglessness. And certainly many people do despair when they become fully conscious of life's absurdity. They see themselves as victims of a cosmic joke, condemned to meaningless existence by indifferent forces. But C. Amos invites us to imagine something different. What if Sisyphus does not despair? What if, in that crucial moment when he descends the mountain to retrieve his boulder, Having watched it tumble down yet again, he does not curse his fate or wish for escape. What if he embraces his task fully, consciously, even joyfully? This is not masochism or delusion. Sisyphus does not pretend his labor is meaningful. He does not convince himself that the gods will eventually relent or that his punishment serves some hidden purpose. He sees his situation with absolute clarity. The boulder will roll down forever. His labor will never end. His existence is objectively futile. He knows all this, accepts all this, and continues anyway. His continuation is rebellion. The gods can control his body, force him to push the boulder, condemn him to eternal repetition, but they cannot control his consciousness, cannot force him to despair, cannot make him wish he did not exist. In this narrow space, the space of consciousness, of how he relates to his fate, Sisyphus finds freedom. He can choose scorn over submission, defiance over defeat, acceptance over anguish. Camus imagines Sisyphus descending the mountain in full consciousness of what awaits. This descent is the crucial moment, the pause between repetitions when awareness is most acute. Sisyphus is not absorbed in the effort of pushing. He is not distracted by the struggle. He is simply conscious, conscious of his boulder, his mountain, his eternal task, his situation. In this moment, he is superior to his fate. He knows more than his rock. His consciousness, his lucidity, his clear sight, these cannot be taken from him. And in this consciousness, Camus suggests, lies the possibility of happiness. Not happiness in the conventional sense of pleasure or satisfaction or achievement. Not happiness that depends on external circumstances aligning with our desires. But happiness as acceptance, as full embrace of existence, whatever its character, as yes to life even when life offers no comfort or meaning or hope. This happiness is tragic happiness, happiness without illusions, happiness that does not require anything beyond the present moment. Sisyphus is happy because he has relinquished all hope, all expectation that his situation will improve or that his labor will someday be meaningful. He has accepted the worst, eternal futile labor, and in that acceptance found freedom. Nothing can disappoint him anymore. Nothing can be taken from him that he has not already surrendered. He is, paradoxically, free in his bondage. The gods intended his consciousness to be his torture. They made him aware of his futility so that awareness would compound his suffering. But consciousness also becomes his victory. Because he is conscious, he can choose his relationship to his fate. Because he is conscious, he can scorn the gods who punished him. Because he is conscious, he can find in the struggle itself sufficient reason to continue. The very consciousness that was meant to torture him becomes the source of his freedom. Camus writes, "The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. This is one of the most important sentences in 20th century philosophy, and it repays careful attention. The struggle itself, not the achievement, not the completion, not the meaning, but the struggle itself, is enough. Enough for what? Enough to fill a heart, enough to justify continued existence, enough to make life worth living. This is absurdism in its most concentrated form. We do not need our struggles to succeed. We do not need our labor to be meaningful. We do not need cosmic justification for our existence. The struggle itself is enough. The act of living, the process of existing, the experience of consciousness, these are their own justification, requiring no reference to anything beyond themselves. Sisyphus becomes happy when he stops needing his labor to be meaningful and embraces it as simply what he does. He pushes his boulder not because it will accomplish anything, not because it serves any purpose, but simply because pushing the boulder is what Sisyphus does. His identity, his existence, his consciousness, all are bound up in this act of pushing. And when he accepts this fully, Without resentment or hope or illusion, he finds happiness in the very activity that was meant to be his punishment. This is why Sisyphus is the hero of the absurd. Not because he escapes his punishment, he never does. Not because he finds hidden meaning in his labor, there is none. Not because he hopes for eventual release, hope is what absurdism rejects. But because he demonstrates that human consciousness can sustain itself without hope, that life without meaning can still be embraced, that happiness is possible even in the worst circumstances imaginable. If Sisyphus can be happy pushing his boulder for all eternity, then surely we can be happy in our temporary existence. Our lives are not eternal punishment but brief opportunity. Our struggles, unlike his, actually do sometimes succeed. Our labor sometimes produces results that last, at least temporarily. Our relationships and creations and experiences have texture and variety that Sisyphus's eternal repetition lacks. If he can embrace his fate, how much more can we embrace ours? But Sisyphus is not the only figure Camus uses to illustrate absurd living. In the myth of Sisyphus, he describes several types of absurd creators, people whose lives exemplify what it means to create or act without hope of ultimate meaning. These figures help us understand how absurdism might be lived in practice, beyond the mythological example of Sisyphus. Having established the theoretical framework of absurdism and its mythological hero in Sisyphus, Camus turns to concrete examples of how absurd consciousness might be lived. He identifies several figures he calls absurd creators or absurd heroes, not necessarily people who consciously embrace absurdism as philosophy, but people whose lives exemplify the absurd stance of creating or acting without illusions, without hope, in full awareness that their efforts have no ultimate justification. The first figure is Don Juan, the legendary seducer. Don Juan pursues women with tireless energy, moving from conquest to conquest without ever settling into permanent relationship. Traditional morality condemns him as dissolute, as someone who uses people for pleasure without commitment or responsibility. But Camus reads Don Juan differently, as someone who has recognized that no single relationship can provide ultimate meaning, who embraces quantity of experience over depth of commitment, who lives passionately in the present rather than deferring life for some imagined perfect love. Don Juan does not seduce out of cynicism or contempt for women. He seduces out of love for life, for experience, for the multiplicity of human encounters. He knows that no relationship will last forever, that love does not conquer death, that even the most intense passion eventually fades. Rather than denying this or pretending otherwise, he embraces it. He loves each woman fully in the moment, then moves on when the moment passes. He does not promise eternity because he knows eternity is a lie. This might seem shallow or even cruel, but Camus sees in Don Juan a kind of honesty that romantic idealism lacks. The romantic believes in eternal love, in soulmates, in relationships that transcend mortality and meaninglessness. The romantic invests individual relationships with cosmic significance. But this is a form of philosophical suicide, an attempt to create meaning through love, to overcome the absurd through romantic transcendence. Don Juan refuses this escape. He loves without illusions, experiences without expecting ultimate satisfaction, enjoys without believing enjoyment can fill the void. His pursuit of quantity over quality reflects the absurd principle that if life has no ultimate meaning, then no particular experience is more meaningful than another. What matters is experiencing fully, accumulating consciousness, being alive in as many moments and with as many people as possible. The second figure is the actor. Actors spend their lives embodying other people, speaking words written by others, living through fictional experiences that vanish when the performance ends. The actor's work is ephemeral. Each performance exists only in the moment, then disappears forever. Even when recorded, the performance is a shadow of the living event. The actor's labour leaves no permanent trace, accomplishes no lasting goal, creates nothing that outlasts the performance itself. Yet actors embrace this work passionately, dedicating their lives to this most temporary of arts. Why? Because Camus suggests the actor understands something about the human condition. We are all actors playing roles we did not choose in a drama we did not write. Our identities are performances, our lives are temporary, our works vanish. The actor lives this reality consciously, embracing rather than denying the theatrical quality of existence. The actor also experiences a unique intensity of living. By embodying multiple characters, the actor lives multiple lives, experiences emotions and situations beyond their single biographical existence. The actor pursues quantity of existence through multiplicity of roles. In 3 hours on stage, an actor might experience more variety of consciousness than most people experience in months. The actor concentrates life, compresses experience, lives intensely in the brief span available. And the actor does all this knowing it is temporary, knowing the performance will end, knowing the applause will fade, knowing tomorrow brings another role or no role at all. The actor creates without illusions, performs without expecting permanence, lives fully in awareness of ephemerality. This makes acting an absurd art, creation in full consciousness of futility. The third figure is the Conqueror. By this, Camus does not mean the military dictator or empire builder, but rather anyone who pursues worldly action and achievement without illusions about ultimate meaning. The Conqueror wants to shape the world, to act in history, to make things happen. But unlike the revolutionary or the ideologue, the Conqueror does not believe action can solve the absurd or bring about ultimate justice or create lasting meaning. The Conqueror acts without hope of final victory. Wars are won and lost. Empires rise and fall. Revolutions succeed and betray their principles. Reforms are implemented and then reversed. Nothing lasts. Every achievement is temporary. History provides no resolution, no progress toward ultimate meaning, no guarantee that present struggles serve future vindication. The Conqueror knows all this and acts anyway. This might seem pointless. Why act if action accomplishes nothing ultimate? But the absurd Conqueror does not act for ultimate outcomes. They act because action itself is preferable to passivity, because shaping events is preferable to being shaped by them, because engaged struggle is more alive than resigned withdrawal. The Conqueror lives in the present moment of action, not in fantasies about historical destiny or revolutionary transformation. Camus contrasts this with the revolutionary who believes revolution will solve everything, who sacrifices the present for an imagined future utopia, who justifies present violence with promises of future harmony. The revolutionary is not absurd because the revolutionary has hope, hope that history has direction, that action can create lasting meaning, that suffering serves a transcendent purpose. This is philosophical suicide, escape from the absurd into ideology. The absurd Conqueror has no such illusions. They fight battles knowing battles do not end war, pursue justice, knowing justice is never final, work for change, knowing change is never complete. They act not from hope, but from preference, preferring action to passivity, engagement to withdrawal, struggle to surrender. Their action is an end in itself, justified by the vitality it brings to life, rather than by any imagined ultimate outcome. The fourth and most important figure is the artist. The artist creates works, novels, paintings, music, films, knowing these works will eventually be forgotten, misunderstood, or destroyed. Even the greatest art eventually fades from human memory. Shakespeare, Beethoven, Michelangelo, their works seem immortal now, but give humanity enough time and they too will be lost. And long before that, most artists and their works sink into complete obscurity, remembered by no one, having accomplished nothing that outlasts their creation. Yet artists continue creating. They pour themselves into works that may never be seen or appreciated, that may fail commercially and critically, that may be understood only after their death, or not at all. They dedicate their lives to making things that the absurd universe guarantees are ultimately futile. Why? For the absurd artist, creation is not justified by fame or legacy or transcendent meaning. Creation is its own justification. The artist creates because creating is what artists do, because the process of creation is intensely alive, because making something brings a quality of engagement with existence that nothing else can match. The work may fail, may be forgotten, may mean nothing to anyone else. But the act of creating it was real, was experienced, filled hours and days and years with purposeful activity. The absurd artist also confronts the absurd most directly through their work. Every artist tries to impose order on chaos, to extract meaning from experience, to make sense of the senseless. But the honest artist recognizes that this order is imposed, this meaning is constructed, this sense is created rather than discovered. Art does not reveal hidden meaning in the universe. Art creates temporary, local, human meaning against the background of cosmic meaninglessness. Camus himself was an absurd artist in this sense. He wrote novels and plays and essays knowing they would not solve the absurd, knowing they could not provide ultimate answers, knowing even his best work would eventually be forgotten. But he wrote anyway, compelled by the creative urge, engaged by the process, embracing the activity of writing as its own justification. His works are not solutions to absurdity, but expressions of absurd consciousness, demonstrations of what it means to create without hope. These four figures, Don Juan, the actor, the conqueror, the artist, illustrate different aspects of absurd living. Together they suggest that absurdism is not passive acceptance, but active engagement. The absurd person does not withdraw from life, but plunges into it with maximum intensity. They love, perform, act, create, not because these activities are meaningful, but because they are alive, because they fill consciousness with experience, because engaging is preferable to not engaging. But these remain somewhat abstract examples, legendary or typological, rather than fully human. To see absurdism lived in all its complexity and difficulty, we need to turn to Camus' novels, where he creates characters who embody absurd consciousness in specific concrete circumstances. The most famous of these characters, and in many ways the most purely absurd, is Meursault, the protagonist of The Stranger. The Stranger, published in 1942 during the German occupation of France, tells the story of Meursault, a French Algerian clerk living in Algiers. The novel opens with one of the most famous first lines in literature. "Mother died today." Or maybe yesterday, I don't know. This opening immediately establishes Meursault's character, emotionally detached, uncertain even about basic facts, indifferent to the concerns that usually preoccupy people. Meursault receives a telegram informing him of his mother's death in the old people's home where she has been living. He travels to the home, attends the wake and funeral, but displays none of the expected grief or mourning. He cannot remember exactly when she died. He does not cry. He smokes cigarettes and drinks coffee during the wake. He notices trivial details about the other mourners rather than focusing on his loss. He is bored, uncomfortable, wanting the rituals to be over so he can return to his normal life. The day after the funeral, Meursault goes swimming, encounters a former co-worker named Marie, and begins a sexual relationship with her. They see a comedy film together. They spend the night together. To observers, this behavior would seem callous. His mother just died, and he is swimming, laughing at movies, having sex. But Meursault experiences no contradiction. His mother is dead, yes, and that is sad. But life continues. He enjoys swimming and sex. Why should grief prevent him from experiencing these pleasures? Marie asks if he loves her. Meursault says he doesn't think so, probably not, but that the question doesn't mean much to him. She asks if he will marry her. He says yes, if she wants, it doesn't matter to him. These responses would ordinarily be hurtful or offensive, but Meursault delivers them without malice or cruelty. He is simply honest. He does not feel romantic love in the conventional sense. Marriage seems fine but also unimportant. He agrees to it as he might agree to any other activity, with mild interest but no particular investment. This is Meursault's defining characteristic, his refusal to pretend feelings he does not have or to perform emotions expected by social convention. Most people navigate social life through elaborate performances of feeling. We say we love when perhaps we only like. We express grief at funerals even when we feel nothing or feel relief. We declare undying devotion to partners even when we are uncertain. We perform these emotional rituals not from dishonesty, but from understanding that social life requires certain performances, certain acknowledgements of shared meaning. Meursault refuses these performances. He will not claim to grieve if he does not feel grief. He will not declare love if he does not feel love. He will not treat his mother's death as more significant than it feels to him. He will not pretend that marriage is a sacred bond rather than simply a social arrangement. This is not nihilism or callousness. Meursault is capable of enjoyment, pleasure, even affection. But he refuses to lie about his experiences or amplify them to meet social expectations. This refusal makes him dangerous to the social order in ways he does not understand. Society depends on shared meanings, collective fictions, agreed-upon performances. When someone refuses to perform, refuses to treat the death of a mother as supremely significant, refuses to invest marriage with transcendent meaning, refuses to pretend emotions they do not feel, they expose the arbitrary nature of these social constructions. They reveal that the emperor has no clothes, that the meanings we invest in events are imposed rather than inherent. The novel's central event occurs about halfway through. Meursault has become entangled with his neighbour Raymond, a pimp who has beaten his mistress and seeks revenge on her brother, an Arab. Raymond, Marie and Meursault go to the beach with some of Raymond's friends. They encounter the brother and his friend. There is a confrontation, tension. The Arab men have a knife. Eventually, Raymond's group returns to a beach house, but Meursault, feeling overheated and overwhelmed, walks back alone along the beach. He encounters one of the Arab men again. The man has a knife but makes no threatening move. They stand facing each other in the blinding North African sun. Meursault is dizzy from the heat, the glare, the intensity of light. Everything becomes confused. The sun beats down oppressively. Light reflects off the knife. Meursault's hand touches the revolver in his pocket, Raymond's gun, which he has kept to prevent Raymond from using it. Then Meursault shoots. Once, then 4 more times into the motionless body. He describes the moment. I shook off the sweat and sun. I knew that I had shattered the harmony of the day, the exceptional silence of a beach where I'd been happy. Then I fired 4 more shots at the motionless body where the bullets lodged without leaving a trace. And it was like knocking 4 quick times on the door of unhappiness. This is perhaps the strangest, most absurd murder in literature. Why does Meursault shoot? Not from anger. He feels no particular hostility toward the Arab. Not from fear. The Arab has not attacked. Not from self-defense. He is in no immediate danger. not from hatred or revenge or passion or any of the usual motives for murder. So why? Later at his trial, Meursault will say he shot because of the sun. This is treated as evidence of his depravity, his refusal to take responsibility, his mockery of the court. But Meursault is being honest in the only way he knows how. He cannot provide a rational motive because he had no rational motive. The shooting occurred in a moment of sensory overload, heat, light, disorientation, the weight of the gun in his hand, the glare off the knife. He did not decide to shoot in any conscious, deliberate sense. The shooting happened, and he happened to be the person who did it. This is absurd murder, murder without meaning, violence without motive, death without purpose. The Arab dies for no reason. The universe offers no explanation. There is no hidden significance, no psychological depth to excavate, no symbolic meaning to decode. A man shot another man on a beach because of sun, heat, and a revolver in his pocket. That is all. That is everything. Meursault is arrested, imprisoned, charged with premeditated murder. He faces trial, and it is in the trial that the real nature of his conflict with society becomes clear. The trial is ostensibly about the murder, but it actually concerns something else entirely. Meursault's refusal to perform expected emotions and accept expected meanings. The trial of Meursault is one of the great absurd spectacles in literature. Officially, he is being tried for murder. In reality, he is being tried for his failure to grieve properly for his mother, for his honesty about his lack of strong feelings, for his refusal to lie about experiencing emotions he did not have, for his inability or unwillingness to perform the emotional rituals that society demands. The prosecution builds its case not primarily on the murder itself. The facts are not in dispute. Meursault shot an Arab man 5 times, but on Meursault's character as revealed by his behaviour after his mother's death. Witnesses from the old people's home testify that he showed no emotion at the wake, that he smoked and drank coffee, that he could not say when she died. A witness testifies that Meursault went swimming the day after the funeral. Another testifies that he went to see a comedy film and began a relationship with Marie. The prosecutor uses these facts to construct a narrative. Meursault is a monster, a man without human feeling, someone capable of the most heinous crimes because he lacks moral sense. His lack of grief at his mother's death proves his depravity. A man who does not weep for his mother is capable of anything, including cold-blooded murder. The smoking, the swimming, the sex, the laughter, all prove his monstrous indifference to human values. This reasoning is absurd, and Meursault dimly recognizes it as such. His behavior after his mother's death has no logical connection to the shooting on the beach. Even if he were the most loving son imaginable, even if he had wept for weeks, the shooting would have happened exactly the same way. His feelings about his mother are irrelevant to the murder. But the court needs them to be relevant because the court needs the murder to make sense, to fit into comprehensible narratives of motive and character. Society cannot accept that violence happens without meaning, that people act without adequate reasons, that death comes arbitrarily. Society needs every event to fit into a story, every action to serve a purpose, every outcome to follow from causes that make sense. When Meursault cannot provide such a story, cannot explain his actions in terms of comprehensible motives, the court constructs a story for him. He is a monster who killed in cold blood after demonstrating his lack of human feeling through his treatment of his mother. Meursault's defense attorney tries to construct an alternative narrative. Meursault is a respectable clerk who had a momentary lapse, who acted without premeditation in a moment of confusion, who deserves mercy and understanding. This narrative is no more true than the prosecution's, but it conforms to legal categories, fits templates the court can process. The attorney needs Meursault to express remorse, to claim he loved his mother, to show emotion, to perform the expected rituals of contrition and grief. But Meursault cannot do this. He does not feel remorse in the conventional sense. He regrets the shooting as he might regret any unfortunate accident, but he cannot manufacture the deep moral anguish that the court expects. He did love his mother in his way, but his way does not match conventional expressions of filial devotion. He is willing to admit the facts, but not to perform emotions he does not feel. The trial becomes a battle over meaning. The prosecution insists the murder must mean something, must reveal Meursault's monstrous character, must serve as evidence of moral depravity, must fit into narratives of crime and punishment. The defense insists the murder means something else, a momentary lapse, a tragic accident, an aberration in an otherwise decent life. Both sides need the murder to have meaning, to make sense within their preferred frameworks. Only Meursault sees the absurdity clearly. The murder has no meaning. It happened because of sun, heat, circumstances, a revolver in a pocket. It does not reveal hidden depths of his character. It does not fit into grand narratives of good and evil. It is simply what happened, meaningless as everything else is meaningless. But this is precisely what society cannot tolerate. Society must impose meaning on events, must construct narratives that make sense of random violence, must believe that murders have motives and justice can be served. The jury convicts Meursault of premeditated murder and sentences him to death by guillotine. The verdict is less about the facts than about his failure to perform expected emotions. He has been convicted not for what he did but for what he is. An absurd man living in a world that demands meaning, a man who refuses to pretend, a man whose very existence threatens the social fiction that life makes sense. In prison awaiting execution, Meursault has time to reflect. He thinks about his mother, finally understanding something about her last years in the old people's home. She had begun a relationship with another resident near the end of her life, starting over at an age when most people have given up on new experiences. Meursault realizes she must have felt free, must have lived intensely in her final months, must have said yes to life even at life's end. He understands her better dead than he did alive. He thinks about escape but recognizes its futility. He thinks about appeals but knows they will fail. He accepts that he will die, that the death will come soon, that nothing can prevent it. This is different from resignation or despair. It is acceptance, clear-eyed recognition of reality without illusions, without hope, but also without surrender. He will die, yes, but he is alive now, conscious now, experiencing these final weeks and days and hours. The chaplain comes to offer spiritual comfort, to prepare Meursault for death, to encourage him to turn to God. This encounter becomes the climax of the novel, the moment when Meursault's absurd consciousness fully emerges. The prison chaplain arrives at Meursault's cell confident in his mission. He has comforted many condemned men, easing their terror with promises of eternal life, helping them find meaning in suffering, preparing them to face death with faith and hope. He expects to do the same for Meursault, but he has never met an absurd man before. The chaplain speaks of God, of redemption, of life after death. He tells Meursault that all men believe in God when facing death, that even the hardest hearts soften when confronted with eternity, that faith offers the only comfort available to the condemned. He is gentle, patient, certain that Meursault will eventually crack, will eventually need what religion offers, will eventually leap into faith when the alternative becomes unbearable. But Meursault refuses, not argumentatively, not from philosophical conviction, but simply from lack of interest. He does not believe in God. He is not concerned with afterlife. He has limited time remaining and does not want to waste it on talk of things that do not interest him. The chaplain persists, increasingly desperate to penetrate Meursault's indifference, to plant some seed of doubt or hope or fear that might grow into faith. Finally, Meursault explodes. In the only moment of passion and violence in his otherwise passive existence, he grabs the chaplain by his collar and shouts at him. All the chaplain's certainties are nonsense. None of his beliefs are worth even one hair on a woman's head. None of his prayers matter. Life is brief, death is certain, and nothing the chaplain says changes these facts. Meursault is going to die, and whether he dies believing in God or not believing makes no difference whatsoever. The guards pull Meursault away. He calms down, exhausted from the outburst. The chaplain leaves, shaken. Meursault lies on his bunk and experiences a moment of profound peace. All his anger drains away. He becomes calm, almost happy. He thinks about his mother again, understanding now why she played at beginning life over at the end. With death approaching, she must have felt freed from hope, liberated from expectations, able to embrace existence without needing it to be anything other than what it was. She must have felt what Meursault feels now, that life needs no justification beyond itself, that being alive is sufficient, that existence can be embraced fully without requiring it to mean anything. Then Meursault experiences his revelation, the moment of absurd consciousness that the entire novel has been building toward. He opens himself to what he calls the benign indifference of the universe. Not the hostility of the universe is not hostile. Not the meaningfulness of the universe offers no meaning, but the indifference, the silence, the magnificent unconcern of existence for human hopes and fears. This indifference, which might seem crushing or terrifying, fills Meursault with strange happiness. He feels for the first time that he and the universe are alike, that he is at home in the world, that he belongs to this indifferent cosmos. The universe does not care about him, will not remember him, has no opinion on his life or death. And this is perfect. This is liberation. He needs no cosmic approval, no divine witness, no transcendent justification. He exists, briefly and without significance, and that is enough. Meursault realizes that he has been happy. Not constantly, not perfectly, but genuinely happy in his life of swimming and sun and work, and marry and simple pleasures. He has lived without hope and without illusions, experiencing each moment as it came, not trying to make his life add up to some grand meaning. And this way of living, this absurd existence without cosmic justification, has been good, has been in its way perfect. The novel ends with Meursault hoping that on the day of his execution there will be many spectators and that they will greet him with cries of hatred. Why? Because their hatred would confirm that he has lived differently, that he has refused to play by their rules, that he has remained true to his absurd consciousness even when it cost him everything. Their hatred would be recognition, acknowledgement that he lived without lying to himself, without pretending emotions he did not feel, without accepting meanings he did not experience. The Stranger is often misread as a nihilistic novel about a sociopath or a depressed man who cannot connect emotionally, but this misses Camus' point entirely. Meursault is not a nihilist. He experiences genuine pleasure in swimming, sun, sex, coffee, cigarettes. He is not a sociopath. He is capable of affection for Marie and Raymond, understanding of his mother, even kindness to his neighbour. He is not depressed. He describes himself as having been happy. What Meursault is absurd. He lives without illusions about meaning, without performing emotions he does not feel, without pretending his life serves some cosmic purpose. He experiences existence directly, without the mediating layers of social meaning-making. And this brings him into conflict with a society that depends on shared fictions, collective meanings, agreed-upon performances of emotion. Society executes Meursault not for murder. Murders happen every day, and murderers are often forgiven or understood, but for exposing the arbitrary nature of social meanings. His refusal to grieve properly, to love properly, to care properly reveals that these proper ways are conventions rather than necessities. His honesty about his lack of strong feelings reveals that most people perform feelings they do not actually have. His indifference to marriage, career advancement, social expectations reveals that these things matter only because we agree to care about them. The trial and execution are society's revenge against absurd consciousness. Meursault must die because his way of being threatens the entire structure of social meaning-making. If people could live like Meursault, honestly, without illusions, refusing to perform expected emotions, the whole edifice of civilization would collapse. Society depends on people caring about things that do not objectively matter, investing meaning in arbitrary conventions, performing emotions to oil the social machinery. But the novel ends with Meursault's triumph, not his defeat. He will die, yes, but he dies lucid, conscious, at peace with existence. He has lived absurdly and found that absurd life is not only bearable, but good. The universe's indifference, which society teaches us to fear and fight against, has become his comfort. He belongs to this meaningless cosmos, and he is happy. The Stranger demonstrates absurdism in fiction, shows what an absurd life looks like in concrete detail, with all its conflicts and costs and strange joys. But it focuses on the individual absurd person in isolation. What about absurdity as collective condition? What about community in an absurd world? For this, we turn to Camus' next novel, The Plague. The Plague, published in 1947, 2 years after the end of World War II, tells the story of a city under siege not from armies, but from disease. The Algerian city of Oran suddenly finds itself infected with bubonic plague. Rats die in the streets. Then people begin dying. The city government denies the problem, then admits it reluctantly, then finally seals the city completely. No one can enter or leave. The citizens are trapped with the disease, uncertain how long the siege will last or whether they will survive. The novel can be read as allegory for the Nazi occupation of France, a city sealed off, isolated, struggling against an enemy that threatens everyone, learning what community means under extreme conditions. But it works equally well as meditation on the absurd human condition more broadly. The plague is life itself, mortality, the random suffering that afflicts human existence without reason or justice. We are all trapped in the city of life, surrounded by death, uncertain when or how we will die, knowing only that death is certain. The novel is narrated by Dr. Bernard Rieux, though this is not revealed until the end. Rieux is the novel's central character and in many ways its moral centre. He is a physician, trained to heal but confronting a disease that kills most of those it infects. He works day and night treating plague victims, knowing that most will die, that his efforts save only a small percentage, that the plague will run its course regardless of his interventions. Rieux embodies what might be called practical absurdism. Absurdism lived in daily action rather than articulated as philosophy. He does not speak about meaninglessness or existential rebellion. He simply does his job day after day, treating patients without hope of curing the plague, but also without despair. He performs the day's work because the day's work must be done, not because it will solve the problem or bring ultimate victory over suffering. When asked why he fights the plague so tirelessly, Rieux gives a simple answer. It's an idea which may make some people smile, but the only means of fighting the plague is common decency. Common decency, not heroism, not faith, not hope for final victory, just ordinary human decency expressed through doing one's job as well as possible. This might seem like a modest ethic, but in an absurd universe without cosmic justification for values, common decency is everything. Rieux also articulates something crucial about his motivation. He does not work from hope that the plague can be defeated or from belief that his efforts serve some higher purpose. He works because there are people suffering in front of him, and he has skills that might reduce their suffering, and doing so is preferable to not doing so. It is that simple and that difficult. He fights the unwinnable fight without hope and without despair, sustained by nothing except the preference for healing over not healing, for common decency over surrender. Another key character is Jean Tarot, a visitor to Oran who becomes trapped when the city is sealed. Tarot is a complex figure with a mysterious past. We eventually learn that his father was a prosecutor who sent men to their deaths, and that Tarot has devoted his life to refusing all complicity in killing, in trying to be what he calls a saint without God, someone who lives ethically without religious justification for ethics. Tarot helps organize volunteer sanitation squads to fight the plague. He works alongside Rieux, performing the dangerous work of collecting and disposing of the dead. He does this knowing it is futile in the ultimate sense. The plague will kill whom it will kill, the dead cannot be saved, all his efforts will be forgotten eventually. But he does it anyway, finding in the work itself justification for continuing. Tarot articulates an absurd ethics. In a world without God or ultimate meaning, can we avoid being murderers? His answer is that we must constantly work to reduce suffering and death, even though we cannot eliminate them. We must be on the side of the victims rather than the executioners, even though we know the executioners will ultimately win. We must maintain our common decency even in absurd circumstances, not because decency will triumph, but because being decent is preferable to not being decent. A third important character is Father Paneloux, a Jesuit priest. Early in the plague, Paneloux delivers a sermon declaring that the plague is divine punishment for sin, that the citizens of Oran have offended God and now face his wrath. This is a traditional religious response to suffering. It makes sense of senselessness by finding moral meaning in natural disaster, by treating random disease as divine judgment. But then Paneloux witnesses a child dying of plague, watched helplessly as the boy suffers terribly before finally succumbing. This experience shakes Paneloux's faith. How can a just God torture an innocent child? What sin could a child have committed to deserve this? The problem of evil, which theologians have debated for centuries, becomes concrete, immediate, unbearable. After this experience, Paneloux delivers a second sermon, very different from the first. He no longer claims to understand why the plague has come or what it means. He can only say that we must love what we cannot understand, must have faith despite incomprehensibility, must accept divine will even when it appears unjust. This is the leap of faith that Camus has already identified as philosophical suicide. Faith embraced precisely because it makes no sense. Belief sustained despite contrary evidence. Eventually, Paneloux himself contracts plague symptoms, but he refuses treatment and dies. His death is ambiguous. Is it martyrdom, surrender to divine will, or is it suicide, escape from the unbearable tension between faith and evidence? Camus leaves this open, but the contrast with Rieux is clear. Rieux fights the plague without hope or faith. Paneloux surrenders to it with faith, but possibly without hope. A fourth character is Raymond Rambert, a journalist trapped in Oran when the city is sealed. Rambert is desperate to escape to Paris, where his lover awaits. He argues that he has no obligation to stay and fight someone else's plague in someone else's city. He wants to escape to personal happiness, to the woman he loves, to a life that makes sense to him. Rieux does not judge Rambert for this. Rieux agrees that Rambert has no obligation to stay, that the pursuit of personal happiness is legitimate, that love is as good a reason for living as any other. But the city is sealed. Rambert cannot leave. He must either accept his situation or find illegal means of escape. Rambert eventually arranges to escape through smugglers. But at the last moment, he changes his mind. He chooses to stay and help fight the plague, not from duty or ideology, but from recognition that running away would make him ashamed, that solidarity with fellow sufferers matters more than personal happiness, that there is something ignoble in escape even when escape is possible. This choice is crucial to the novel's vision of absurd ethics. Rambert does not stay because he believes fighting the plague will bring ultimate victory. He does not stay from religious faith or political ideology. He stays because staying is preferable to leaving, because common decency means helping others who suffer, because being fully human means accepting solidarity with fellow humans trapped in absurd circumstances. These four characters, Rieux, Tarrou, Panelou, Rambert, represent different responses to collective absurdity. Rieux represents practical absurdism, doing the day's work without hope or despair. Tarrou represents philosophical absurdism, the conscious attempt to live ethically without God. Panelou represents religious faith, the leap into belief despite contrary evidence. Rambert represents the choice between personal happiness and collective solidarity. The novel's great insight is that absurdity is not only individual but collective. We are not isolated Sisyphuses pushing our private boulders up our private mountains. We are a community of Sisyphuses, trapped together in the city of life, all facing mortality and meaninglessness together. And this collective condition creates possibilities for solidarity, for common struggle, for shared resistance to absurdity. Rieux articulates this near the novel's end. There are more things to admire in men than to despise. This might seem like a platitude, but it is actually a radical statement of absurd humanism. Without God, without ultimate meaning, without cosmic purpose, human beings still manage to be decent, kind, courageous. They still help each other, care for each other, work for each other's welfare. Not because these actions are cosmically significant, but simply because being decent is part of what being human means. The plague eventually ends as mysteriously as it began. Deaths decrease, the disease weakens, life slowly returns to normal. The city reopens. The survivors emerge, blinking, into ordinary life. Most people quickly forget the plague, returning to their usual concerns and pleasures. Rieux notes this without judgment. People cannot maintain crisis consciousness indefinitely. They return to normal because normal is bearable in ways that constant awareness of absurdity is not. But Rieux knows that the plague will return. Not this specific plague, perhaps, but plague as metaphor for all the suffering, death, and meaninglessness that constitute the human condition. The plague is always with us. It retreats and returns, eternally. We are always trapped in the sealed city, always facing mortality, always struggling against suffering we cannot ultimately defeat, and yet we struggle anyway. We form sanitation squads, we treat the sick, we dispose of the dead, we maintain our common decency, we choose solidarity over isolation, we fight the unwinnable fight without hope and without despair. This is absurd heroism, not the individual rebellion of Sisyphus, but the collective rebellion of communities facing shared absurdity. The plague suggests that absurdism need not be solitary or individualistic. We can be absurd together. We can recognize our shared condition and respond with solidarity rather than isolation. We can work together against suffering even knowing that suffering will ultimately win. We can build temporary communities of resistance within the eternal plague of existence. This vision of collective absurdism becomes central to Camus' next major work, where he attempts to develop a full political and ethical philosophy from absurdist premises. This work, The Rebel, would be his most ambitious and controversial, leading to his famous break with Sartre and the Existentialist movement. Before we turn to The Rebel and its aftermath, we should pause to appreciate more fully what Rieux represents in Camus' philosophy. Rieux is not a dramatic hero. He does not make grand speeches or perform spectacular acts of courage. He does not suffer existential crisis or spiritual transformation. He simply shows up every day and does his job, treating patients, organizing responses, documenting what happens, maintaining his common decency even when decency accomplishes nothing ultimate. This seemingly modest example actually contains profound philosophical significance. Rieux demonstrates what absurd ethics looks like in daily practice. He shows that accepting meaninglessness does not lead to paralysis or despair or abandonment of values. On the contrary, it frees us to act without the burden of cosmic justification. We do not need grand narratives or ultimate purposes to justify helping those who suffer in front of us. Consider Rieux's situation. He works 18-hour days treating plague victims. Most of his patients die. His efforts do not cure the plague or even significantly slow its progress. He is exhausted, increasingly hopeless about outcomes, separated from his own wife, who has been sent away for treatment of tuberculosis. By any rational calculus, his efforts are futile. Why continue? The traditional answer would invoke meaning. Rieux continues because his work serves humanity, because healing is a sacred calling, because God commands compassion, because suffering must be opposed. But these answers all import meaning into a situation that Camus sees as fundamentally meaningless. The plague has no moral meaning. It is not divine punishment or cosmic test. It is simply disease, biological accident, random misfortune. Rieux continues without these justifications. He continues because in the moment, faced with a suffering patient, treating the patient is preferable to not treating them. There is no further reason needed. The action justifies itself through the preference it expresses, not through any ultimate purpose it serves. This is absurd ethics in its purest form: action without cosmic justification, values without metaphysical foundation, decency without divine warrant. Rieux also demonstrates something important about happiness and fulfillment in absurd life. He is not happy in any conventional sense during the plague. He is exhausted, worried, sorrowful about his patients' deaths. Yet there is a quality of rightness to his life, a sense that he is fully engaged with existence rather than hiding from it. He is alive in his work, present to his circumstances, authentic in a way that transcends happiness or unhappiness. This suggests that absurd life is not primarily about pursuing happiness, but about engaging fully with whatever circumstances we face. Sisyphus is happy not because his situation is pleasant, it certainly is not, but because he has embraced it fully, conscious of what he does and why. Rieux engages fully with the plague, working without illusions, but also without withdrawal. His life has intensity and authenticity even without happiness. Rieux also shows how absurdism relates to memory and documentation. He keeps notes throughout the plague, recording what happens, collecting stories, documenting the experiences of the city. At the novel's end, he reveals that these notes have become the narrative we have been reading. He has written this account so that later generations might remember what happened, might understand something about human nature under extreme conditions, might learn from Oren's experience. But why document if everything is ultimately meaningless? Why preserve memory if time will erase all memories eventually? Here again, Rieux demonstrates absurd logic. He documents not because documentation will achieve immortality or ultimate significance, but because documenting is preferable to not documenting, because memory matters to humans even if it does not matter to the cosmos, because the act of bearing witness has value independent of whether the witness endures forever. This points toward a key insight. Absurdism does not claim that nothing matters to humans, only that nothing matters ultimately or cosmically. Things matter to us. Suffering matters. Decency matters. Memory matters. Love matters. Not because they serve transcendent purposes, but because we are creatures for whom these things matter, and mattering to us is sufficient even without cosmic mattering. Rieux's marriage provides another example. His wife has tuberculosis and has been sent away for treatment before the plague begins. When the city seals, Rieux is trapped, unable to communicate with her, uncertain whether she lives or dies. He loves her and worries about her. This love does not make cosmic sense. It serves no higher purpose. It does not overcome the absurd. But it is real. It matters to Rieux, and it motivates him even as he recognizes its ultimate futility. Late in the novel, Rieux receives word that his wife has died. He absorbs this news quietly, without drama. He has been expecting it. Her illness was severe. He grieves but does not collapse. He continues his work. His wife's death changes nothing about the absurd universe, adds one more meaningless death to the thousands caused by plague. But it changes everything about Rieux's experience, removes from his life someone who mattered to him, diminishes his world. This is the paradox of absurd life, simultaneously recognizing that nothing matters ultimately while fully experiencing that many things matter intensely to us in the moment. Both truths must be held together without resolving the tension between them. Things matter because we are human, and humans are creatures for whom things matter. Things do not matter because the universe is indifferent, and cosmic perspective reveals all human concerns as temporary and inconsequential. Both are true. The absurd person lives in awareness of both. Rieux's friendship with Tarot provides a beautiful example of human connection in absurd circumstances. Late one night, exhausted from work, they walk to the beach and go swimming in the sea. For a brief moment, they experience pure physical pleasure, the coolness of water, the freedom of movement, the joy of being alive in bodies. This moment does not solve anything. The plague continues. Death surrounds them. Their exhaustion will return. But the moment is real, is good, is sufficient unto itself. Tarot later contracts plague and dies despite Rieux's desperate efforts to save him. Rieux watches his friend die, powerless to prevent it, adding personal loss to the general misery of the plague. But their friendship was real. The late-night swim was real. The moments of connection and understanding mattered, even though they ended, even though Tarot died, even though the universe remained indifferent. This is what makes the plague such a mature expression of absurdism. It moves beyond the isolated individual of the stranger to explore absurdity as shared condition. It shows that accepting meaninglessness does not prevent love, friendship, solidarity, common decency. If anything, it makes these things more precious because we know they are all we have, temporary, fragile, human-created goods in an indifferent cosmos. The novel ends with Rieux standing at his window, watching the city celebrate the plague's end. He feels no joy at the celebration. He knows the plague will return. He knows that everyone celebrating will eventually die. He knows their happiness is temporary, their relief premature, their return to normal a form of forgetting. But he also feels something like satisfaction. People helped each other. Common decency prevailed, at least sometimes. Humans proved capable of solidarity even in the worst circumstances. Rieux writes his chronicle knowing it will not prevent future plagues or teach people to avoid suffering or provide ultimate meaning. He writes because bearing witness is what humans do, because memory matters even if it is impermanent, because documentation is preferable to silence. He accepts the futility of his testimony and testifies anyway. This is absurd rebellion, acting without hope of ultimate success, creating without guarantee of permanence, caring without cosmic justification. The plague thus extends absurdism from individual to collective, from metaphysics to ethics, from philosophy to practice. It shows that absurd life can include solidarity, compassion, common decency, and something like fulfillment even without happiness or meaning. It demonstrates that we are not only individual Sisyphuses, but also communities of Sisyphuses, and that our collective boulder pushing can have a dignity and rightness that transcends its ultimate futility. But Camus wanted to push further. He wanted to develop a full political philosophy from absurdist premises. He wanted to distinguish legitimate rebellion from nihilistic revolution, to articulate limits on action even in a meaningless universe, to show why absurdism leads toward humanism rather than violence. This ambitious project became The Rebel, published in 1951, and it would cost Camus his friendship with Sartre and his place in the Parisian intellectual establishment. The Rebel, published in 1951, represents Camus' attempt to develop a political and ethical philosophy from absurdist premises. The book asks, once we have accepted that life has no ultimate meaning, that the universe offers no transcendent values, that we exist in absurdity, how should we act politically? What prevents absurdism from justifying any action whatsoever? Can we derive ethical principles from the absurd condition itself? The book's French title, L'homme révolté, is more literally The Revolting Man, or Man in Revolt. Revolt is Camus' central concept, but he distinguishes revolt from revolution in crucial ways. This distinction, more than anything else in the book, would trigger the controversy that destroyed his friendship with Sartre. Revolt, for Camus, is the fundamental human response to absurdity and to injustice. When we become conscious of the absurd, we revolt. We refuse to accept despair. We affirm life despite meaninglessness. We say no to the verdict of futility. This is metaphysical revolt, rebellion against the human condition itself. But there is also historical revolt, rebellion against specific injustices, oppression, suffering imposed by other humans. The rebel is someone who says no. No to slavery, no to oppression, no to murder, no to indignity, no to the degradation of human life. But in saying no, the rebel simultaneously says yes. Yes to human dignity, yes to life, yes to limits on what can be done to human beings, yes to solidarity with fellow sufferers. Revolt thus contains within itself a positive affirmation even in its negation. Camus traces a history of metaphysical rebellion from ancient myths through Christian heresy to modern philosophy. Prometheus steals fire from the gods and suffers eternal punishment. He rebels against divine tyranny. The Marquis de Sade rebels against all moral limits, declaring that if God does not exist, everything is permitted, including the most extreme cruelty. Dostoevsky's Ivan Karamazov rebels against a universe where innocent children suffer, declaring he would return his ticket to creation if God's justice requires one child's tears. These rebellions share a common structure. Consciousness of injustice or absurdity leads to refusal, to saying no, to revolt against conditions that should not be. But revolt can take different forms, some legitimate and some catastrophic. Camus wants to distinguish rebellions that affirm life and human dignity from those that, in the name of absolute goals, end up murdering and oppressing. This leads to his critique of revolution, particularly revolutionary ideologies that promise to solve all human problems through radical transformation of society. The French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, fascism, communism, these movements begin in legitimate revolt against injustice, but transform into tyranny because they pursue absolute goals. They believe they can eliminate absurdity through historical action, create perfect societies, overcome the human condition itself. The revolutionary logic goes like this: if we could just restructure society correctly, eliminate capitalism, or establish racial purity, or achieve communism, then human suffering could be overcome, meaning could be restored, the absurd could be solved. But this requires treating people alive today as means to future ends. It justifies present murder for future utopia. It demands absolute power to achieve absolute goals. And absolute power, Camus argues, leads inevitably to tyranny and terror. The rebel, by contrast, recognizes limits. The rebel knows that absurdity cannot be solved, that perfect society cannot be achieved, that human suffering cannot be eliminated. The rebel fights specific injustices without believing this fight will produce ultimate victory. The rebel opposes oppression while recognizing that the human condition itself cannot be overcome. This acceptance of limits prevents rebellion from transforming into totalitarianism. Camus writes, "I rebel, therefore we exist." This is his most important philosophical claim in The Rebel. Revolt is not solitary, but inherently social. When I rebel against my oppression or my absurd condition, I implicitly affirm solidarity with all others who suffer similarly. My revolt asserts that human dignity matters, that life has value even without cosmic justification, that limits exist on what can be done to human beings. But if this is true for me, it must be true for others. I cannot claim dignity for myself while denying it to others. Revolt thus creates ethical obligations, establishes limits on action, binds us to solidarity with fellow humans. This is how Camus derives ethics from absurdism, not from cosmic commandments or divine law, but from the logic of rebellion itself. Rebellion against absurdity and injustice asserts the value of human life. But this assertion cannot be arbitrary or self-serving. If I claim my life has value despite cosmic meaninglessness, I must grant the same to all human lives. Murder becomes forbidden not because God commands it, but because murder contradicts the logic of rebellion that affirms human dignity. Revolutionary ideologies violate this logic by treating present human lives as expendable in service of future perfection. Communism justifies mass murder today for the communist paradise tomorrow. Fascism justifies genocide today for racial purity tomorrow. But if humans today can be sacrificed for humans tomorrow, then human life has no inherent value. It has only instrumental value towards some goal. This contradicts the affirmation of human dignity that motivates rebellion in the first place. Camus thus rejects both nihilism and revolutionary absolutism. Against nihilists who say nothing matters, he insists that life matters even without cosmic justification. Against revolutionaries who justify unlimited violence for future utopias, he insists that present human lives matter more than abstract future goals. The rebel fights injustice while accepting that perfect justice cannot be achieved, opposes suffering while recognizing that suffering cannot be eliminated, affirms human dignity while accepting human mortality and meaninglessness. This philosophical position had direct political implications in 1951. The Cold War was intensifying. Western intellectuals faced a choice: support American capitalism with its inequalities and colonial exploitation, or support Soviet communism with its totalitarianism and mass violence. Many French intellectuals, including Sartre, chose a kind of fellow travelling with communism, arguing that despite its flaws, the Soviet Union represented humanity's best hope for social justice. Camus rejected this logic entirely. Yes, capitalism was unjust, colonial oppression was intolerable, Western powers were hypocritical, but this did not justify apologizing for Soviet terror, the gulags, the show trials, the suppression of dissent. No future goal justified present murder. No historical necessity validated totalitarian control. The rebel must oppose injustice everywhere, east and west, without subordinating ethics to political strategy. This position enraged many on the left, who saw Camus as betraying the cause of social justice, as giving aid to capitalist and colonial powers by criticizing their Soviet opponents. Sartre's review of The Rebel in his journal Les Temps Modernes was devastating, dismissing the book as confused, politically naive, philosophically incoherent, ultimately a bourgeois retreat from revolutionary commitment. The review was written by Francis Janson, Sartre's associate, but Sartre endorsed it fully and added his own response to Camus' defense. The exchange became brutal. Camus felt betrayed by his former friend. Sartre dismissed Camus as a moralist who had lost touch with political reality. Their friendship ended. They never spoke again before Camus' death 8 years later. The Rebel's analysis of why revolutionary movements become tyrannical remains one of its most important and prescient arguments. Camus traces a logic that begins in legitimate revolt and ends in murder and oppression. Understanding this logic helps clarify why absurdism, despite accepting meaninglessness, rejects unlimited violence and totalitarian solutions. The process begins with consciousness of injustice. Someone suffers under oppression, slavery, poverty, political tyranny, colonial exploitation. This suffering becomes unbearable once one becomes conscious of it as injustice rather than natural condition. Consciousness of injustice produces revolt, the refusal to accept suffering as legitimate, the assertion that things should be different, the demand for change. So far, this is healthy and necessary. Revolt against injustice affirms human dignity and demands better conditions. But then comes the dangerous step. The rebel becomes a revolutionary by deciding that partial change is insufficient, that the entire system must be overturned, that complete transformation is necessary to achieve justice. The revolutionary develops what Camus calls an absolute position, a vision of perfect society where injustice has been eliminated, where human relations are fully harmonious, where suffering has been overcome. This perfect society becomes the goal that justifies all actions in the present. Any means become permissible if they advance the revolutionary cause. Murder, terror, tyranny, all can be justified as necessary steps toward the ultimate goal. The revolutionary also develops a theory of history that makes present suffering necessary. Marxism provides the clearest example. History moves through necessary stages toward communist utopia. Present violence is regrettable, but historically necessary. Individuals alive today must be sacrificed for the collective future. This historical determinism removes moral responsibility. The revolutionary is not choosing to murder. They are serving historical necessity, advancing the inevitable progression toward perfection. But achieving perfect society requires absolute power. Half measures will not suffice. Opposition must be eliminated. Dissent cannot be tolerated. The Revolutionary Party, representing historical necessity and future perfection, must control everything. This justifies totalitarianism, not as evil, but as necessary tool for achieving ultimate good. And absolute power, Camus observes, corrupts absolutely. The Revolutionary Party becomes self-perpetuating. Maintaining power becomes as important as serving revolutionary goals. Past revolutionaries are purged as traitors. Present policies are justified as serving the revolution even when they replicate the oppression they were meant to eliminate. The revolution betrays itself, becoming a new tyranny as bad as or worse than what it replaced. Soviet history provided Camus with contemporary examples. The Russian Revolution began in revolt against Tsarist oppression. Bolsheviks genuinely sought to eliminate poverty, inequality, exploitation. But pursuing these absolute goals through absolute power led to the gulags, the purges, the show trials, Stalin's tyranny. Millions died in the name of building socialism. The revolution devoured its children. The utopian dream produced totalitarian nightmare. Camus argues this is not accidental but inevitable. Any movement that pursues absolute goals through absolute power will become tyrannical. The logic is inescapable. If your goal is perfect society, then any obstacle to that goal must be eliminated. If your opponents stand between present suffering and future utopia, then murdering them is not just permitted but required. If individuals matter less than the collective future, then individual rights mean nothing. This is why Camus insists on limits. The rebel, unlike the revolutionary, accepts that perfect society cannot be achieved. The absurd condition, mortality, suffering, meaninglessness, cannot be overcome through social transformation. We can reduce specific injustices, improve specific conditions, alleviate specific suffering, but we cannot eliminate the human condition itself. And accepting this prevents us from justifying unlimited violence in pursuit of impossible perfection. Camus proposes what he calls Mediterranean thought as alternative to revolutionary absolutism. Mediterranean thought, rooted in Greek philosophy and the sensual reality of Mediterranean life, accepts limits, embraces moderation, values the present over impossible futures. It does not promise utopia or perfect solutions. It fights injustice while accepting human limitations. It affirms life without needing life to be perfected. This contrasts with what Camus identifies as Germanic or Northern European thought. Hegel, Marx, Nietzsche, Heidegger, which seeks absolute solutions, total explanations, complete transformations. This absolutist thinking, Camus argues, leads to totalitarianism whether left or right. Communism and fascism both pursue absolute goals through absolute power, both sacrifice present humans for future abstractions, both end in tyranny and mass murder. The rebel must therefore resist all absolute claims. No ideology should be granted total authority. No party should possess absolute power. No future goal justifies unlimited violence. No theory of history exempts us from moral responsibility. These limits frustrate revolutionaries who want total solutions, but they protect us from revolutionary tyranny. Of course, this position raises difficult questions. If we accept limits, if we reject absolute goals, does this mean we accept present injustice? If we refuse revolutionary transformation, does this make us complicit in oppression? How do we balance the need for change against the danger of revolutionary excess? Camus' answer is that we must fight injustice while accepting that our fight will never completely succeed. We must work for improvement while recognizing that perfection is impossible. We must oppose oppression while understanding that oppression cannot be entirely eliminated. This is frustrating, incomplete, never finally satisfying, but it is honest, and it avoids the trap of pursuing impossible goals through unlimited violence. This is absurd rebellion applied to politics. Just as Sisyphus continues pushing his boulder without hope of ultimate success, the political rebel continues fighting injustice without hope of ultimate victory. Just as Rieux treats plague victims without believing the plague can be permanently defeated, the political activist opposes oppression without believing oppression can be permanently eliminated. The struggle itself justifies continuing, even without hope of final resolution. This philosophy infuriated those committed to revolutionary transformation. To Sartre and others, Camus seemed to be counselling resignation, accepting injustice, abandoning revolutionary commitment. How could one fight capitalism or colonialism effectively while accepting limits and rejecting absolute goals? Wasn't Camus simply rationalizing political inaction, dressing up bourgeois passivity as philosophical principle? But Camus insisted he was not counselling passivity. He had fought in the resistance, worked for combat, opposed colonialism in Algeria. He was politically engaged throughout his life, but he refused to subordinate ethics to political strategy, refused to justify present murder for future utopia, refused to grant any party or ideology absolute authority. This made him difficult to categorize politically, not quite left, not quite right, suspicious of all absolutisms, committed to concrete justice without revolutionary guarantees. The debate between Camus and Sartre became one of the defining intellectual conflicts of the 20th century. It crystallized different ways of responding to meaninglessness and injustice, different understandings of political commitment, different evaluations of revolution and rebellion. Understanding this debate helps clarify not only their philosophies, but the broader question of how to act politically in an absurd universe. The rupture between Albert Camus and Jean-Paul Sartre in 1952 remains one of the most famous intellectual breakups in history. These two men had been close friends, allies in the resistance, collaborators in post-war French intellectual life. Their friendship represented a broader alliance between absurdism and existentialism, between Camus' Mediterranean sensibility and Sartre's Parisian radicalism. When it shattered, the break was public, bitter, and never healed. The immediate cause was the rebel. Sartre's journal Les Temps Modernes published a scathing review by Francis Janson that dismissed the book as philosophically confused and politically reactionary. Janson accused Camus of retreating into abstract moralizing while real political struggles demanded concrete commitments. The review was condescending, even insulting, treating Camus as a once promising thinker who had lost his way. Camus responded with a long, wounded letter addressed to Monsieur le Directeur, Sartre, whom he no longer called by his first name. The letter defended the rebel and attacked Janson's review as unfair and politically motivated. But more than defending his book, Camus expressed his sense of betrayal. He and Sartre had been friends. Why had Sartre allowed such a vicious attack in his journal? Why hadn't Sartre come to him directly if he disagreed? Sartre's response was even harsher than Janson's review. Writing also for publication, Sartre dismissed Camus' complaints and launched his own critique of both the rebel and Camus' broader political stance. The tone was cutting, personal, designed to wound. Sartre accused Camus of vanity, of caring more about his reputation than about political truth, of becoming a celebrity moralist rather than a serious thinker. But beneath the personal attacks lay genuine philosophical and political disagreements that had been growing for years. Understanding these disagreements helps clarify what distinguishes absurdism from existentialism, Camus from Sartre, rebellion from revolution. First, there was the question of freedom and meaning. Sartre's existentialism, captured in his slogan, "Existence precedes essence," held that human beings have no inherent nature or purpose. We are radically free to create ourselves and our values through our choices. This freedom is terrifying. We cannot escape responsibility for what we make of ourselves, but also liberating. We are condemned to be free, and this freedom allows us to create meaning even in an absurd universe. Camus rejected this position. He did not believe we could create genuine meaning through choice. Yes, we are free in certain respects. Yes, we must choose how to live. But these choices do not overcome the absurd or create cosmic significance. We remain trapped in meaninglessness even as we choose. Freedom is not an escape from absurdity, but another aspect of our absurd condition. We are free, and our freedom accomplishes nothing ultimate. This difference had political implications. For Sartre, freedom implied we could recreate society entirely through collective choice. Revolution was possible because humans could decide to become something radically different. We could choose communism, could will it into existence through revolutionary action, could transform human nature itself through transformation of economic structures. For Camus, this was fantasy. Human nature had limits. The absurd condition, mortality, suffering, meaninglessness, could not be overcome through social transformation. Revolution, promising to eliminate the human condition, was doomed to become tyrannical because it pursued impossible goals through absolute power. Sartre's faith in revolutionary transformation was, in Camus' view, another form of philosophical suicide. Hope smuggled back into philosophy disguised as revolutionary commitment. Second, there was the question of how to judge communism. By 1952, evidence of Soviet atrocities was overwhelming. The show trials, the gulags, the purges, Stalin's tyranny, these could not be denied or dismissed. But Sartre and many French intellectuals argued that despite these horrors, communism remained humanity's best hope for social justice. One must not abandon the revolutionary cause because of Stalin's excesses. One must continue working towards socialism while criticizing Soviet practices. Camus found this position morally intolerable. One could not condemn capitalism's injustices while excusing communism's atrocities. One could not claim to care about human dignity while apologizing for the gulags. No future goal justified present murder. No historical necessity validated totalitarian terror. The French intellectuals' willingness to overlook Soviet crimes in the name of revolutionary solidarity was, for Camus, a massive ethical failure. Sartre accused Camus of moral equivalence, of treating communist and capitalist crimes as equally bad, of thereby supporting capitalism by criticizing its opponents. In the Cold War, neutrality was impossible. One had to choose sides, and choosing the West meant supporting colonialism, racism, economic exploitation. Better to support flawed communism than hypocritical capitalism. But Camus refused this forced choice. One could oppose both Soviet tyranny and Western injustice. One could support social justice without supporting totalitarian parties. One could fight colonialism without apologizing for Stalin. Rebellion meant saying no to all forms of oppression, not subordinating ethics to political strategy. Third, there was a difference in temperament and background that shaped their philosophies. Sartre was bourgeois, Parisian, intellectual, abstract. He developed his philosophy through conceptual analysis, logical argument, systematic thinking. His existentialism was a philosophy of absolute freedom, radical possibility, revolutionary transformation. Camus was working class, Algerian, physical, concrete. He developed his philosophy through lived experience, literary expression, attention to sensory reality. His absurdism was a philosophy of limits, acceptance, moderate struggle within unchangeable conditions. Where Sartre believed almost anything was possible through will and action, Camus believed most things were impossible and we must act anyway within our limits. These different sensibilities produced different politics. Sartre was drawn to revolutionary movements promising total transformation. Camus was suspicious of all absolutisms, preferring incremental improvement to revolutionary upheaval. Sartre allied with communist parties despite their flaws. Camus remained independent, critical of all parties, unwilling to subordinate truth to political expediency. Fourth, there was the question of violence. Sartre was willing to justify revolutionary violence as necessary for historical progress. When colonized peoples revolted against their oppressors, this violence was legitimate self-defense. When revolutionary parties eliminated class enemies, this was regrettable but historically necessary. Violence in service of revolutionary goals was different from and better than violence in service of maintaining oppression. Camus rejected this distinction. Violence was violence. Murder was murder. One could not divide humanity into legitimate targets and protected innocence based on class or historical role. Every human life had value regardless of class position. Revolutionary violence betrayed rebellion's affirmation of human dignity. The rebel must find ways to oppose injustice without becoming a murderer. This position struck Sartre and others as naive. How could colonized peoples free themselves without violence? How could workers overthrow capitalism without revolution? Wasn't Camus asking oppressed people to accept their oppression peacefully? Wasn't he, despite his rhetoric, ultimately supporting the status quo by refusing to endorse the violence necessary for change? Camus had no easy answer to this challenge. He acknowledged that sometimes violence might be necessary for self-defense, but he insisted that violence could never be celebrated or justified through ideology. It remained a moral evil even when practically necessary, and revolutionary movements that glorified violence, that justified unlimited murder for future goals, betrayed the values they claimed to serve. These philosophical and political differences made the friendship unsustainable. By 1952, Camus and Sartre had become symbols of opposed positions: rebellion versus revolution, limits versus absolutism, moderate struggle versus transformative radicalism. Their personal break reflected a broader intellectual divide that would shape politics and philosophy for decades. After the break, Camus became increasingly isolated. The Parisian intellectual establishment largely sided with Sartre. Camus was dismissed as a has-been, a moralist, a politically naive writer who had lost touch with revolutionary reality. His later works received hostile reviews. His political interventions were criticized as confused and ineffective. He felt like an exile in his own literary world. Sartre, by contrast, remained at the center of French intellectual life, his existentialism the dominant philosophy of the post-war period. But history would complicate the story. The full extent of Soviet atrocities gradually became undeniable. Revolutionary movements in Algeria, Vietnam, Cuba would follow trajectories that troubled even committed leftists. Sartre himself would eventually criticize Soviet repression, though he never fully abandoned his revolutionary commitments, and Camus' reputation would recover after his death. His warnings about revolutionary excess seemed prescient as revolutionary movements betrayed their ideals. His insistence on limits seemed wise as absolutist ideologies produced tyranny. His Mediterranean humanism seemed increasingly attractive as alternatives disappointed. By the end of the 20th century, Camus would be widely read and admired, while Sartre's star had dimmed somewhat. But in 1952, the break was simply painful. The destruction of a friendship, the end of an alliance, the public humiliation of having your work dismissed by someone you considered a friend and ally. Camus would never fully recover from the wound. His remaining years would be marked by increasing isolation, depression, creative struggle, and ultimately early death. The break with Sartre matters not just as biographical detail, but as crystallization of fundamental philosophical questions. Can we create meaning or only recognize meaninglessness? Should we pursue revolutionary transformation or accept limits? Can violence be justified for future goals? How do we balance political commitment with ethical principles? These questions remain urgent, and the Camus-Sartre debate provides enduring frameworks for thinking about them. Before we leave the Rebel and its aftermath, we should clarify more precisely how Camus's absurdism differs from Sartre's existentialism and from nihilism. These three philosophies are often confused, but they represent genuinely distinct responses to meaninglessness. One of the most common misunderstandings about Camus is the conflation of absurdism with nihilism or existentialism. These three philosophies all grapple with meaninglessness, but they reach fundamentally different conclusions. Understanding these differences is crucial for grasping what makes absurdism distinctive and what it offers as a way of living. Nihilism is the simplest to define. The nihilist claims that life has no inherent meaning, purpose, or value. This recognition leads to a specific conclusion. Without inherent meaning, nothing really matters. Without cosmic purpose, all our actions are equally futile. Without objective values, moral distinctions are illusions. The nihilist often descends into despair, apathy, or a kind of aggressive meaninglessness, where destruction is as valid as creation, because both are ultimately pointless. Friedrich Nietzsche diagnosed this as the danger facing modernity after the death of God. Once we could no longer believe in divine purposes or cosmic meaning, we faced the abyss of meaninglessness. Nietzsche worried that most people would respond with passive nihilism, giving up, accepting futility, losing the will to live. His solution was to overcome nihilism through creating one's own values, becoming the Übermensch who affirms life without needing external justification. But for those who could not achieve this transformation, nihilism remained as despair and withdrawal. Camus' absurdism shares nihilism's starting point, the recognition that life has no inherent meaning, but rejects its conclusions. The absurdist says yes, life has no cosmic purpose, but so what? This does not imply that nothing matters or that we should despair. On the contrary, once we recognize that life needs no cosmic justification, we are free to live fully without the burden of having to make existence meaningful in ultimate terms. Things can matter to us even if they do not matter cosmically. We can embrace life even though life offers no ultimate justification for itself. The key difference is in the response to meaninglessness. Nihilism says, no meaning therefore despair or apathy. Absurdism says, no meaning therefore freedom and rebellion. Nihilism treats meaninglessness as a verdict against life. Absurdism treats meaninglessness as a simple fact that changes nothing about whether life is worth living. The nihilist surrenders to meaninglessness. The absurdist rebels against the supposed implication that meaninglessness makes life unlivable. Existentialism, represented primarily by Sartre, though with roots in Kierkegaard and Heidegger, offers a third response. Like absurdism, existentialism begins by recognizing that life has no inherent meaning or purpose. Sartre's famous formulation is that existence precedes essence. We exist first, and only through our choices and actions do we create our essence, our identity, our meaning. We are radically free to create ourselves. This freedom is terrifying. We cannot escape responsibility for what we make of ourselves. We cannot blame God or fate or human nature for our choices. We are condemned to be free, forced to choose without external guidance, accountable for every decision. But this freedom is also empowering. Through our choices, we create meaning and value. We are the authors of our own lives. The crucial difference between existentialism and absurdism lies in their views about creating meaning. Sartre argues that through our free choices, we do create genuine meaning and value. Our lives become meaningful through our projects, our commitments, our authentic choices. We are not simply pretending meaning exists. We are actually creating it through how we live. The universe does not provide meaning, but we can make meaning through our existence. Camus rejects this. He does not believe we can create genuine meaning through choice, no matter how authentic or committed our choices might be. Yes, we are free to choose. Yes, we can commit to projects and relationships and values. But these human-created meanings remain ultimately futile. They do not overcome the absurd. They are temporary constructions that death will erase, having accomplished nothing cosmic or permanent. For Camus, the existentialist claim that we create meaning is another form of philosophical suicide. It is an attempt to escape the absurd through philosophy, to smuggle meaning back into the universe through the back door of human freedom and choice. But the absurd cannot be overcome. The universe truly is indifferent. And our human projects, no matter how meaningful they feel to us, are objectively futile when viewed from cosmic perspective. This might make absurdism sound more pessimistic than existentialism, but Camus would argue it is more honest. Existentialism wants to have it both ways, acknowledging meaninglessness while claiming we can create meaning. Absurdism accepts the full implications of meaninglessness without flinching, and paradoxically, this acceptance is liberating rather than crushing. Once we truly accept that we cannot create cosmic meaning, we are free from the burden of trying. We can simply live without needing our lives to add up to something ultimate. Another important difference concerns hope. Existentialism, particularly in its religious forms like Kierkegaard, involves hope. Hope that through authentic choice or leap of faith or relationship with God, we can overcome the alienation and meaninglessness that plague human existence. Even Sartre's atheistic existentialism contains a kind of hope that through commitment to causes and projects, through political engagement and revolutionary action, we can create a better world and make our lives meaningful. Absurdism requires killing hope. Not hope in the mundane sense, hope for better weather tomorrow, hope to finish a project, but metaphysical hope, hope that ultimate meaning can be found or created, hope that the absurd can be overcome. This sounds grim, but Camus argues that hope is actually what makes us miserable. As long as we hope for meaning, we cannot accept meaninglessness. As long as we seek cosmic justification, we cannot embrace existence without justification. Killing hope allows us to be fully present to life as it actually is, rather than constantly yearning for life to be something it cannot be. Camus also rejected the label existentialist that was often applied to him. In interviews and essays, he insisted that his philosophy was distinct from existentialism, that absurdism and existentialism led to different conclusions despite similar starting points. This was not just academic hair-splitting. The distinction mattered because existentialism was becoming associated with Sartre's revolutionary politics and atheistic humanism, positions Camus disagreed with. The break with Sartre crystallized this distinction. Sartre's existentialism led to revolutionary commitment, to justification of violence for political goals, to hope that human freedom could transform the world. Camus' absurdism led to rebellion within limits, to suspicion of revolutionary absolutism, to acceptance that transformation has boundaries. These were not minor philosophical differences, but fundamentally opposed orientations toward action, politics, and human possibility. There is also a difference in tone and sensibility. Existentialism, especially in Sartre's hands, tends toward the abstract, conceptual, systematic. It develops through logical analysis, phenomenological investigation, systematic argument. It is philosophy in the traditional academic sense, concerned with building coherent theoretical structures. Absurdism, as Camus practices it, tends toward the concrete, literary, experiential. It develops through novels and plays as much as through philosophical essays. It attends to physical experience, sensory reality, the immediate texture of life. It is philosophy as lived and felt rather than merely thought. This reflects Camus' Mediterranean sensibility, the importance of sun, sea, body, the physical presence of the world. We can summarize the three positions schematically. Nihilism, life has no meaning, therefore nothing matters, therefore despair or apathy. Existentialism, life has no inherent meaning, but we create meaning through authentic choice and commitment, therefore we are radically free and responsible. Absurdism, life has no meaning and we cannot create ultimate meaning, but we can live fully in rebellion anyway, therefore freedom from cosmic justification. Each position starts with recognition of meaninglessness, but moves in a different direction. Nihilism surrenders to meaninglessness. Existentialism tries to overcome meaninglessness through human freedom and choice. Absurdism accepts meaninglessness without surrender or attempt at overcoming, finding in this acceptance a kind of liberation. For contemporary readers, these distinctions remain important. In popular culture, nihilism often describes a kind of dark humor or ironic detachment, acknowledging life's meaninglessness through jokes and memes. This is closer to what might be called optimistic nihilism, or really just absurdism in disguise. True nihilism is more despairing, more passive, more genuinely convinced that nothing matters. Similarly, much contemporary self-help and pop psychology is actually existentialist in orientation, encouraging people to create their own meaning, to write their own story, to live authentically by making choices aligned with personal values. This presupposes that meaning can be created through choice, that authenticity is achievable, that we can overcome meaninglessness through will and commitment. Absurdism offers a harder but potentially more honest path, accepting that meaning cannot be created, that our stories do not ultimately matter, that authenticity does not overcome the absurd, and living fully anyway. This requires giving up comforting illusions while also refusing despairing conclusions. It requires neither hope nor despair, but lucid engagement with existence as it actually is. Understanding these distinctions helps prevent common misunderstandings. Camus is not counselling nihilistic despair or apathy. He is not a pessimist who believes life is terrible and meaningless. He is also not an existentialist claiming we can create our own meaning. He occupies a distinct philosophical space, acknowledging meaninglessness while affirming life, accepting absurdity while refusing surrender, living without hope but also without despair. This position is difficult to maintain. It requires constant vigilance against both hope and despair. It offers no comforting stories or easy solutions. But it promises something valuable: honest engagement with existence without illusions, authentic living without self-deception, freedom from the burden of cosmic justification. For those who can sustain it, absurdism offers a way to be fully human in an inhuman universe, fully alive in an indifferent cosmos, fully engaged despite ultimate futility. Having clarified what absurdism is and is not, we can now turn to the practical question: how does one actually live absurdly day to day? What does absurdist consciousness look like in ordinary life? How do we translate philosophical principles into lived experience? Philosophy can remain abstract, a matter of arguments and concepts, unless it connects to actual life. Camus' absurdism is not meant to be merely theoretical. It is a practical philosophy, a guide for living, a way of engaging with existence. But what does absurd life actually look like in daily experience? How do we live without hope and without despair? What practices or attitudes enable us to sustain absurd consciousness? First, there is the practice of lucidity, clear-sighted awareness of our condition without illusions. Lucidity means seeing the absurd directly, acknowledging mortality, recognizing meaninglessness, accepting that our projects will ultimately fail. This is not morbid dwelling on death or pessimistic fixation on futility. It is simply honest recognition of basic facts about human existence. Most people avoid lucidity most of the time. We immerse ourselves in daily concerns, lose ourselves in projects, tell ourselves stories about why our lives matter, construct elaborate meaning systems that cover over fundamental meaninglessness. These evasions are understandable, even necessary for psychological survival, but they distance us from truth. They make us vulnerable to collapse when the illusions fail. The absurd person cultivates moments of lucidity, moments of stepping back from daily concerns and recognizing the bigger picture. This might happen at funerals, when mortality becomes unavoidable. It might happen in moments of existential vertigo, when the routines of life suddenly seem arbitrary and strange. It might happen in nature, when the vastness and indifference of the universe become palpable. These moments are uncomfortable but valuable. They reconnect us with truth. Lucidity also means honesty about our emotions and experiences. Like Meursault, the absurd person refuses to perform feelings they do not actually have or to pretend experiences are more meaningful than they actually feel. This does not mean lacking emotion or being callous. It means being truthful about what we actually experience rather than what we think we should experience. Second, there is the practice of scorn, Camus' term for the attitude of defiance toward the verdict of meaninglessness. Scorn means refusing to let the absurd defeat us, refusing to accept that meaninglessness makes life unlivable, refusing to grant cosmic indifference power over our will to exist. It is an attitude of rebellion, of raised middle finger to the uncaring universe, of "I will live anyway" in the face of futility. Scorn is not anger exactly, though it can include anger. It is more like contemptuous dismissal of the supposed implications of meaninglessness. The universe says my life does not matter. I respond with scorn. So what? I will live anyway. Death says everything I build will be destroyed. I respond with scorn. I will build anyway. The gods try to break Sisyphus with futile labor. He responds with scorn. I will push my boulder and be happy doing it. This scorn prevents despair. When meaninglessness threatens to overwhelm us, when the futility of existence becomes oppressive, scorn acts as protection. It short-circuits the logic that leads from meaninglessness to despair by refusing to accept that logic's validity. Life is meaningless? Fine. I accept that. And I choose to live fully anyway, not because I can justify this choice cosmically, but simply because I scorn the verdict that meaninglessness should defeat me. Third, there is the practice of present focus, living fully in the present moment rather than constantly deferring life to an imagined future. If there is no afterlife, if death is final, if the future offers no ultimate vindication, then the present is all we truly have. We should live now rather than constantly preparing to live later. This is more difficult than it sounds. Modern life is organized around future orientation. We work now for future payoff, save now for future security, sacrifice now for future goals. We treat the present as merely instrumental, a means to future ends. But if those future ends are themselves ultimately meaningless, if even our greatest achievements will be erased by death, then why sacrifice present experience for them? The absurd person does not reject all future planning or goal pursuit. We still need to work, save, plan. But we do not treat future goals as what gives life meaning. We do not sacrifice present living for future abstraction. We find value in the present activity itself, the work, not just its future payoff, the journey, not just the destination, the process, not just the product. Fourth, there is the practice of quantity over quality, or more precisely, quantity of experience over depth of meaning. If no experience is ultimately more meaningful than another, If the universe does not prefer one kind of life over another, then what matters is experiencing as much as possible while we can. Accumulating consciousness, filling life with varied experiences, saying yes to opportunities for new awareness. This does not mean hedonistic pursuit of pleasure at all costs. The absurd person is not simply chasing thrills or collecting experiences like trophies. Rather, they understand that since life is temporary and unjustified, we should experience fully whatever we experience, whether pleasant or difficult. The goal is not maximum pleasure, but maximum awareness, maximum presence to life in its varied forms. Fifth, there is the practice of creating without illusions, making art, building projects, forming relationships, doing work without believing these activities achieve ultimate significance. The absurd creator writes novels knowing they will be forgotten, composes music knowing it will fade into silence, paints pictures knowing they will decay. This is not nihilistic meaninglessness but lucid creation, making things despite their futility, creating because creating is what humans do, engaging fully with projects without needing them to be cosmically important. This applies to all human projects, not just art. Raising children is an absurd project. We bring new conscious beings into an absurd universe. We invest years in their development. We watch them face the same meaninglessness we face. But we do it anyway, not because it's meaningful, but because it's what we choose to do. Because the process matters to us, even if it accomplishes nothing ultimate. Sixth, there is the practice of solidarity, recognizing that we are all trapped in absurd existence together and responding with compassion rather than competition. If we are all Sisyphus, all pushing our boulders, all facing futility and death, then we share a common condition. This shared condition creates basis for ethics, for common decency, for helping each other even when such help accomplishes nothing ultimate. The absurd person is not isolated in existential agony, but connected through shared recognition of the absurd. When I see you struggling with your boulder, I do not mock or ignore you. I recognize you as fellow sufferer, fellow rebel, fellow conscious being trapped in meaninglessness. And I help because solidarity is preferable to isolation, because common decency needs no cosmic justification, because we are bound together by shared condition. Seventh, there is the practice of amor fati, love of fate, though in Camus' version, without Nietzsche's mystical overtones. This means accepting fully whatever circumstances we face without wishing they were different, without resenting our limits, without demanding that reality conform to our desires. Sisyphus loves his boulder, his mountain, his fate, not because these things are pleasant, but because these are the conditions of his existence, and accepting them fully is preferable to eternal resentment. This does not mean passive acceptance of injustice or oppression. The absurd person still rebels against specific evils, still works to improve conditions, still opposes suffering. But they accept the unchangeable aspects of existence, mortality, meaninglessness, limits on human power, without complaint. They do not waste energy wishing existence were fundamentally different. They work within the conditions that actually exist. Eighth, there is the practice of joy without justification, allowing oneself to experience happiness, pleasure, satisfaction, without needing these feelings to be earned or deserved or meaningful. The Mediterranean joy that Camus celebrates is simply bodily existence fully experienced. Swimming, sunlight, food, sex, laughter, the sensory pleasures of being alive in a body. These need no justification beyond themselves. This might seem hedonistic, but it is actually more subtle. The absurd person is not chasing peak experiences or believing pleasure will bring lasting satisfaction. They simply accept that since they are alive, since consciousness includes capacity for enjoyment, they might as well enjoy when enjoyment arises. joy without justification, happiness without needing it to mean anything, pleasure simply as part of the texture of existence. These practices, lucidity, scorn, present focus, quantity of experience, creation without illusions, solidarity, amor fati, unjustified joy, sketch what absurd living might look like in daily life. They are not rules or commandments, but orientations, attitudes, ways of being that flow from accepting absurdity without despair. Living absurdly is difficult. It requires constant vigilance against both hope and despair. Hope constantly tempts us to believe that meaning can be found or created, that our projects have ultimate significance, that death is not really final. Despair constantly tempts us to give up, to treat meaninglessness as excuse for apathy, to surrender to futility. Absurdism requires navigating between these dangers, neither hoping nor despairing, but simply living. It also requires accepting discomfort. Absurd consciousness is not a comfortable state. It offers no consolations, no reassurances, no guarantees. It demands we face existence without protective illusions. This can be exhausting, depressing, overwhelming. The temptation to escape into hope or despair or distraction is constant. But Camus suggests that this difficult path offers something valuable: authenticity, freedom, lucid engagement with existence as it actually is. The absurd person is not self-deceived, not hiding from truth, not living in fantasy. They face reality clearly and choose to engage fully anyway. This clarity has its own satisfaction, its own dignity, its own kind of joy. And increasingly, absurdism seems relevant to contemporary life in ways Camus could not have fully anticipated. The 21st century faces its own absurdities, its own crises of meaning, its own need for philosophical frameworks that neither promise impossible solutions nor counsel despairing withdrawal. Understanding how absurdism speaks to contemporary concerns helps us see its ongoing relevance. 70 years after Camus' death, absurdism has experienced a renaissance, particularly among younger generations facing their own encounters with meaninglessness. The meaning crisis that Camus diagnosed in post-war Europe has, if anything, intensified in the 21st century. But the forms of absurdity have evolved, and understanding absurdism's contemporary relevance requires seeing how it applies to new contexts. First, there is what might be called digital absurdity, the strange meaninglessness of life lived partly in virtual spaces. We spend hours cultivating online personas, accumulating likes and followers, engaging in digital activities that exist only as patterns of electrons. We know these virtual achievements are ephemeral, that accounts will be deleted, that digital legacies fade faster than physical ones. Yet we invest them with significance anyway. The absurdist recognizes this clearly. Digital life is no more or less meaningful than physical life, which is to say both are ultimately meaningless, which is to say both can be engaged with fully despite their meaninglessness. Social media is absurd, but so is everything else. The question is not whether to participate, but how to participate lucidly, without illusions about ultimate significance, without treating likes as cosmic validation, without confusing digital metrics with actual value. Second, there is climate absurdity, the challenge of living fully while knowing that environmental catastrophe looms, possibly within our lifetimes. This creates a specific form of the absurd question: why pursue education, career, family if civilization might collapse soon? Why build anything if floods, fires, and famine will destroy it? Why bring children into a world facing such futures? The absurdist response is that these questions mistake the nature of the problem. Yes, climate change might destroy much of what we build, but death was always going to destroy everything we built anyway, just on a longer timescale. The absurd was always present. Climate change just makes it more urgent and collective. We act not because action will solve everything, it will not, but because acting is preferable to surrendering, because fighting for what can be saved is preferable to abandoning everything, because collective rebellion against catastrophe is meaningful to us even if it accomplishes nothing cosmic. Climate activism becomes a form of absurd rebellion, pushing the boulder up the mountain despite knowing the boulder will roll back down, working to prevent catastrophe while accepting that catastrophe might be inevitable, acting without guarantee of success, but also without despair. This is Rieux treating plague victims, Sisyphus pushing his boulder, the absurd hero acting without hope, but also without surrender. Third, there is cosmic absurdity, the vertigo induced by understanding our place in an unimaginably vast and ancient universe. Modern cosmology reveals that Earth is an insignificant speck in a galaxy that is itself one of billions of galaxies in an expanding universe that will eventually experience heat death, extinguishing all possibility of consciousness forever. On this scale, human existence is less than a footnote, and all our civilizational achievements matter cosmically, not at all. This cosmic perspective can be crushing. It makes every human concern seem trivial, every achievement pointless, every life insignificant beyond measure. But the absurdist has resources for responding. Yes, we are cosmically insignificant, but we always were. The size of the universe does not change anything about whether life is worth living. Significance for us is sufficient even without cosmic significance. We matter to ourselves, and that is enough. Fourth, there is the popularization of what has been called optimistic nihilism, a version of absurdism that has spread through internet culture, particularly among millennials and Generation Z. This takes the form of memes, jokes, and casual statements acknowledging life's meaninglessness while embracing it cheerfully rather than despairingly. Nothing matters, and that's okay. Life is meaningless, but here's a cute picture of a dog. The universe is cold and uncaring, but at least there's coffee. This is often more absurdist than nihilist, despite the label. True nihilism leads to despair or apathy. Optimistic nihilism leads to engaged living, despite meaninglessness, exactly Camus' position. The internet has discovered absurdism independently, expressing through humour and memes what Camus expressed through philosophy and literature. The cultural embrace of meaninglessness without despair suggests that absurdism answers a genuine contemporary need. Fifth, there is the broader meaning crisis that thinkers like John Vervaeke have analysed. The loss of traditional sources of meaning like religion, community, clear life narratives, and stable identities. Postmodern societies offer unprecedented freedom and material abundance, but often fail to provide sense of purpose or place in larger story. People increasingly feel that life lacks direction, that their work is meaningless, that nothing they do matters. Absurdism offers a response. Accept that no pre-made meaning awaits discovery, that no authority can tell you what your life should mean, that no grand narrative will make sense of your existence. And having accepted this, live fully anyway. Build your own small meanings knowing they are not ultimate, pursue projects knowing they will not last, form relationships knowing they will end, create knowing your creations will fade. The absence of cosmic meaning liberates rather than imprisons. Sixth, there is the absurdity of late capitalism, working meaningless jobs to accumulate money to buy things we do not need to impress people we do not like, as the saying goes. The alienation of modern work, where labour serves abstract capital rather than human needs, where we spend most of our waking hours in activities we find pointless, creates acute absurdity. We know our work is meaningless, but do it anyway because we must survive. The absurdist does not resolve this problem. There is no individual solution to structural economic absurdity, but offers a framework for engaging with it. Yes, work is alienating and meaningless. So is everything else. The question is how to maintain dignity and authenticity within these constraints, how to rebel against alienation while accepting its inevitability, how to live fully even while selling most of our hours to employers we do not care about. This is Sisyphean labour literalized, working without hope of transcendent reward, sustaining ourselves through scorn and solidarity rather than through illusions of meaning. Seventh, there is the mental health dimension. Many people struggle with depression, anxiety, existential dread, and sense of meaninglessness. Absurdism is not therapy. Camus is explicit about this, but it offers philosophical frameworks that some find helpful. Depression often includes the belief that life is meaningless. Cognitive therapy typically responds by helping people find or create meaning. Absurdism offers a third path, accepting that life is meaningless while challenging the belief that meaninglessness makes life unlivable. This can be dangerous if misunderstood. Absurdism is not a license to give up or to stop treating mental illness. It is not a substitute for professional help. But for some people, especially those whose depression includes existential components, absurdism's message, that life can be worth living even without cosmic justification, that meaning is not a prerequisite for existence, can be liberating. Eighth, there is the connection to other contemporary philosophical movements. Absurdism resonates with aspects of Stoicism, Buddhism, and various forms of philosophical naturalism. Like Stoicism, absurdism counsels acceptance of what cannot be changed. Like Buddhism, it recognizes that attachment to permanence causes suffering. Like naturalism, it rejects supernatural explanations and metaphysical speculation. These connections make absurdism accessible to contemporary audiences exploring secular philosophy and non-religious meaning-making. Finally, there is the role of absurdism in political discourse. Camus' warnings about revolutionary absolutism and totalitarian temptation remain relevant. Contemporary politics features ideological movements convinced they possess total truth, willing to justify present harm for future perfection, demanding absolute commitment from adherents. Left and right both display these tendencies. Absurdism's insistence on limits, moderation, and suspicion of absolutes offers important correctives. The contemporary relevance of absurdism suggests that Camus' diagnosis was not specific to post-war Europe, but touches something perennial about human experience intensified by modern conditions. We face meaninglessness more directly than previous generations because traditional meaning-providing institutions have weakened. We cannot rely on religion, tradition, stable communities, or clear life narratives to tell us what our lives mean. We must confront absurdity more nakedly than most humans historically have had to. Absurdism offers guidance for this confrontation. Accept meaninglessness without despair. Rebel without hoping for ultimate victory. Live fully without requiring cosmic justification. Create without illusions of permanence. Connect with others through shared absurd condition. Maintain common decency without metaphysical foundations. These principles remain as relevant now as when Camus formulated them 70 years ago. Perhaps more relevant as the meaning crisis deepens and traditional escapes become less available. But all of this remains somewhat abstract. To fully understand absurdism's promise and challenge, we need to return to where we began. Sisyphus and his boulder, and the strange claim that he might be happy. What does his happiness mean? How can we imagine it? And what might his happiness teach us about our own? We approach now the heart of the matter, the claim that shocked readers when Camus made it and continues to puzzle people today. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, not content, not resigned, not numb, but happy. Happy in his eternal futile labor, happy in his full consciousness of that futility, happy despite or perhaps because of his absurd condition. What could this possibly mean? Traditional understandings of happiness link it to achievement, fulfillment, satisfaction of desires, accomplishment of goals. We are happy when things go well, when we get what we want, when our plans succeed, when life meets our expectations. This model makes happiness contingent on external circumstances aligning with internal desires. Happiness becomes something we pursue, achieve conditionally, risk losing when circumstances change. But this model makes happiness impossible for Sisyphus, and by extension, for anyone who fully recognizes the absurd. If happiness requires achievement, Sisyphus cannot be happy because he achieves nothing. If happiness requires satisfaction of desires, Sisyphus cannot be happy because his deepest desire, to complete his task and gain freedom, can never be satisfied. If happiness requires meaning, Sisyphus cannot be happy because his labor is precisely meaningless. Yet Camus insists Sisyphus can be happy, and that understanding his happiness is key to understanding how we can be happy despite absurdity. This requires reconceiving happiness entirely. Absurd happiness is not the happiness of getting what we want, but the happiness of wanting what we have, not the happiness of achievement, but the happiness of engagement, not the happiness of meaning, but the happiness of intensity. Think of Sisyphus descending the mountain after his boulder has rolled back down. This is the crucial moment, the pause between labors, the instant when consciousness is most acute. He sees clearly what awaits, the boulder at the bottom, the mountain to climb, the eternal repetition. Everything is before him. His fate is transparent. There is no ambiguity, no false hope, no illusion that this time might be different. In this moment, Sisyphus could despair. The gods expect him to despair. They designed his punishment to produce despair through consciousness of futility. But what if Sisyphus does not despair? What if, seeing his boulder and his mountain and his fate with perfect clarity, he chooses to embrace it? Not to pretend it is meaningful when it is not to hope for eventual release when none will come, but simply to accept fully and say yes to his condition? This yes is not resignation. Resignation implies defeat, weariness, surrender to unwanted circumstances. Sisyphus is not resigned. He is defiant. His yes is active, chosen, rebellious. He says yes to his boulder, his mountain, his labor, his fate precisely because the gods intended these as punishment. His acceptance becomes his scorn. His embrace becomes his rebellion. His happiness becomes his victory. But why would acceptance produce happiness? Because acceptance eliminates the gap between desire and reality that produces suffering. As long as Sisyphus desires freedom, he will suffer from his imprisonment. As long as he wishes his labor were meaningful, he will suffer from its meaninglessness. As long as he hopes for eventual release, he will suffer from the eternity of his punishment. But when he accepts fully, when desire aligns completely with reality, when he wants exactly what he has, when he embraces his condition without reservation, suffering disappears. This is not the same as Stockholm Syndrome or identifying with oppressors. Sisyphus does not come to believe his punishment is just, or that the gods were right to inflict it. He does not surrender his judgment or adopt his torturer's perspective. He simply recognizes that his condition is unchangeable and that fighting against unchangeable reality produces suffering while accepting it produces peace. Moreover, Sisyphus finds something in the struggle itself. The act of pushing the boulder, the physical engagement of body with stone and earth, the exertion of muscle and will against gravity, these are not nothing. They are experience, consciousness, lived moments of bodily existence. Sisyphus is fully alive when pushing his boulder. He is engaged, absorbed, present. The struggle fills his consciousness, demands his attention, gives him something to do with his eternal existence. Camus writes, "The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. This is crucial. The struggle itself, not its outcome, not its purpose, not its meaning, but the struggle itself is enough. Enough for what? Enough to justify continuing, enough to make existence bearable, enough to produce something like happiness. The struggle does not need to succeed. It does not need to serve a higher purpose. It is sufficient unto itself." Think about activities that absorb us completely. When fully engaged in something, playing music, solving a problem, having an intense conversation, creating something, we lose ourselves in the activity. Time disappears. We are not thinking about whether the activity is meaningful or purposeful. We are simply doing it, fully present, completely absorbed. These moments have their own quality of satisfaction, their own rightness, regardless of what they accomplish. Sisyphus pushing his boulder can be understood as this kind of absorption. He is not thinking about the meaninglessness of his task while pushing. He is pushing. His consciousness is filled with the immediate reality of stone and muscle and mountain. He is engaged with his world in the most direct possible way. And engagement, full presence, absorption in activity, these have value independent of outcome. This helps explain the Mediterranean dimension of Camus' philosophy. The happiness Camus envisions is not abstract or intellectual, but physical and immediate. It is the happiness of a body engaged with the world, of sensory experience, of being alive in flesh and blood and bone. Sisyphus's happiness is bodily, the satisfaction of muscle against stone, of movement through space, of physical exertion and physical rest. Camus experienced this kind of happiness in his own life. Swimming in the Mediterranean, playing football, lying on beaches in the Algerian sun, these were not trivial pleasures, but revelations of what makes life worth living. The body experiencing the world, consciousness present to sensation, existence felt directly without mediation of thought or meaning. This is available to Sisyphus as it was available to Camus, as it is available to us. There is also freedom in Sisyphus's condition, paradoxical as that sounds. He is enslaved physically, forced to push his boulder, unable to escape. But he is free in his consciousness, free in how he relates to his fate, free to choose his attitude toward his circumstances. The gods control his actions but cannot control his thoughts, his feelings, his inner stance toward his condition. This narrow but absolute freedom is the space in which his happiness exists. Sisyphus is also free from many burdens that plague ordinary human existence. He has no anxiety about the future. His future is known with certainty. He has no confusion about purpose. His task is clear even if meaningless. He has no fear of death. He is already punished for eternity. He has no ambition beyond what he is already doing. All the psychological torments that come from uncertainty, from wanting things to be different than they are, from fear of loss, these are absent from his existence. This makes his situation instructive for us. We are not literally condemned to push boulders eternally, but we face our own versions of Sisyphean existence. We work at jobs that may feel meaningless. We pursue goals that death will ultimately erase. We build relationships that will end. We create things that will decay. Our lives are repetitions, waking, working, eating, sleeping, waking again, that will continue until they stop. We are all pushing boulders in our own ways, and like Sisyphus, we can choose how we relate to our condition. We can despair at the repetition and meaninglessness. We can hope that someday things will be different, that meaning will appear, that the boulder will stay at the top. Or we can embrace our condition fully accept the repetition, find sufficiency in the struggle itself, discover happiness not despite but within our absurd existence. This happiness is not euphoria or constant pleasure. Sisyphus does not grin foolishly while pushing his boulder. His happiness is deeper and more stable, a fundamental yes to existence, an acceptance of his fate that transforms torture into freedom, an engagement with the struggle that makes the struggle worthwhile. It is the happiness of clarity, of full consciousness without illusions, of living in truth rather than in comforting lies. Camus' claim about Sisyphus's happiness is radical because it severs the connection between happiness and favourable circumstances. Most philosophies and religions promise that if we do certain things, live certain ways, believe certain truths, then we will be happy. Happiness is conditional, dependent on arranging life correctly. But Sisyphus's circumstances cannot be improved. His fate is as bad as fate can be, yet he can still be happy. This suggests happiness is not primarily about external circumstances, but about internal stance, not about what happens to us, but about how we receive what happens. This has political and ethical implications. If happiness depends on achieving certain conditions, wealth, power, status, perfect society, then those who lack these conditions cannot be happy, and we might justify terrible means to achieve supposedly happy-making ends. Revolutionary movements often follow this logic. Current suffering is justified because it will produce future happiness. People today must be sacrificed for the perfect society tomorrow. But if Sisyphus can be happy in the worst circumstances imaginable, then happiness is always already possible, always available regardless of external conditions. This does not mean we should ignore injustice or stop working to improve conditions, but it means we cannot justify unlimited violence in pursuit of happiness-producing circumstances, because happiness does not ultimately depend on circumstances. It also suggests that much of our misery is self-imposed. We suffer not primarily from our actual circumstances, but from the gap between circumstances and desires, from wishing things were different than they are, from hoping for what we cannot have, from resenting our limits. Sisyphus eliminates this gap by accepting fully, and in doing so, eliminates much suffering even while his objective situation remains terrible. Of course, this can sound like dangerous counsel. Should people in genuinely oppressive circumstances simply accept their oppression? Should victims of injustice embrace their victimization? Should we tell the suffering that their suffering is just their attitude and they should choose happiness instead? This would be cruel victim-blaming, using philosophy to justify oppression. But Camus is not counselling passive acceptance of injustice. Remember that he fought in the resistance, worked for social justice, opposed colonialism. The absurd person can both accept unchangeable aspects of existence, mortality, meaninglessness, ultimate futility, while rebelling against changeable injustices. Sisyphus's punishment is unchangeable within the myth's logic, but human oppression is changeable and should be opposed. The art is distinguishing what must be accepted from what must be fought. What must be accepted, mortality, meaninglessness, cosmic indifference, the ultimate futility of all human projects, the limits of human power and knowledge, the inevitability of suffering and loss. Fighting these is fighting reality itself and produces only frustration and despair. What must be fought? Injustice, oppression, unnecessary suffering, cruelty, tyranny, violations of human dignity. These are human-caused and can be humanly opposed, even if they cannot be permanently eliminated. Sisyphus's happiness comes from perfect acceptance of the unchangeable, combined with defiant scorn toward those who expect him to despair. This same combination, acceptance of the absurd plus rebellion against its implications, produces absurd happiness for us. We accept mortality while living fully. We accept meaninglessness while creating and loving. We accept that all we build will crumble while building anyway. We accept our limits while pushing against them. This happiness is fragile. It requires constant vigilance against hope and despair, constant effort to maintain the balance between acceptance and rebellion. It offers no permanent security, no guaranteed contentment, no protection against suffering. But it offers something valuable, the possibility of saying yes to existence as it actually is, of embracing life without requiring life to justify itself first, of finding sufficiency in the struggle itself. And it offers liberation from what Camus sees as the fundamental source of human misery, the demand that life have meaning, that existence justify itself, that the universe owe us explanations. This demand can never be satisfied. The universe will never speak, will never provide the meaning we seek, will never justify our existence. As long as we demand this, we will suffer from its absence. But when we relinquish the demand, when we accept that meaning is not forthcoming and that we do not need it anyway, we become free. This is the happiness that Camus asks us to imagine for Sisyphus, not the happiness of escape or achievement or meaning, but the happiness of full engagement with reality as it is, the happiness of rebellion against despair, the happiness of consciousness lucidly accepting its condition while refusing to be defeated by it. It is happiness without illusions, but also without surrender. Happiness despite everything, rather than because of anything. Happiness as the victory of human consciousness over the conditions that seem designed to crush it. We must imagine Sisyphus happy, because if we cannot imagine his happiness, if we cannot conceive how someone in the worst circumstances can still embrace existence, then absurdism fails. Then meaninglessness does lead necessarily to despair. Then life without cosmic justification is not worth living. But if we can imagine Sisyphus happy, if we can understand how full acceptance combined with defiant rebellion produces something like joy, then we have found a way to live in an absurd universe without either lying to ourselves or surrendering to despair. And having imagined Sisyphus happy, we can imagine ourselves happy too. Not always, not perfectly, not without suffering or difficulty, but fundamentally happy. Yes to life, yes to existence, yes to the struggle itself. Happy as Sisyphus is happy, as Camus himself was sometimes happy swimming in the Mediterranean, or writing in sunlit cafes, or loving despite knowing love ends. Happy in the only way absurd beings can be happy, fully, lucidly, without illusions, without hope, without despair, with scorn and solidarity, and passionate engagement with the only life we have. We return at last to the image that has guided us throughout this long night. Sisyphus at the bottom of the mountain, his boulder beside him, preparing to push again. Everything we have explored, the absurd confrontation, the rejection of suicide, the critique of hope, the ethics of rebellion, the politics of limits, the contemporary relevance, all of this comes together in this single figure and the astonishing claim that he can be happy. Why must we imagine him happy? Not may imagine, not might imagine, but must. Camus' phrasing is deliberate. We must imagine Sisyphus happy because our own happiness depends on it. If we cannot conceive how someone condemned to eternal futile labour can embrace their existence, how can we embrace ours? If Sisyphus must despair, then so must we. But if he can find happiness in full consciousness of absurdity, then so can we. The word imagine is also crucial. Camus does not claim to prove that Sisyphus is happy, does not present evidence or arguments that establish his happiness as fact. He asks us to imagine it, to envision it, to make it conceivable. This is not evasion but recognition that happiness in absurd circumstances is not a logical conclusion, but a possibility that must be realized through imagination before it can be lived. Can we imagine it? Can we picture Sisyphus at the bottom of his mountain, fully conscious of what awaits, choosing to embrace his boulder and his task without resentment or hope? Can we see him pushing with full engagement, absorbed in the struggle, finding in the immediate reality of stone and muscle and mountain something sufficient? Can we imagine him at the top, watching his boulder roll back down and responding not with despair, but with scorn? Let it fall. I will push it again. The struggle is enough. If we can imagine this, even dimly, even as distant possibility, then we have grasped something essential about absurdism. We have understood that happiness is not contingent on favourable circumstances or cosmic justification. That meaning is not prerequisite for embracing existence. That life can be affirmed fully even when life offers no ultimate reasons for itself. Sisyphus descends the mountain. This descent, Camus tells us, is when consciousness is most lucid. During the ascent, Sisyphus is absorbed in effort, focused on the immediate task. But during the descent, he has time to think, to reflect, to become fully aware of his condition. This is when despair would naturally arise, when the futility becomes most apparent, when consciousness itself seems like curse. But consciousness can also be victory. Sisyphus is conscious, and his consciousness belongs to him alone. The gods can control his body, can force him to push his boulder eternally, can design his circumstances as punishment. But they cannot control his thoughts, cannot force him to experience his punishment as they intended, cannot make him despair if he chooses otherwise. His consciousness is his freedom. In the narrow but absolute space of how he relates to his fate, he is sovereign. He can choose scorn over submission, embrace over resentment, engagement over withdrawal. This choice is not easy or obvious. It must be made repeatedly, perhaps every time he descends the mountain. But it can be made, and making it transforms everything. Sisyphus also possesses what might be called existential clarity. There is no ambiguity about his situation, no false hope that things might improve, no uncertainty about the future. He knows exactly what he faces. This knowledge, rather than adding to his burden, actually lightens it. He is free from the anxiety that plagues those who face uncertain futures. He has no decisions to make about what to do with his life. His task is given. He can simply do it. We, by contrast, face endless uncertainty. We do not know when we will die, what our futures hold, whether our efforts will succeed or fail. We must make choices without sufficient information, commit to paths without knowing where they lead, invest in projects without guarantees of success. This uncertainty produces anxiety, paralysis, constant doubt about whether we are living correctly. Sisyphus has certainty, even if what is certain is terrible. He knows his boulder will roll back down. He knows his labour will never end. He knows his situation will not improve. And somehow this certainty, this complete knowledge of his fate, contains a kind of peace. Nothing can surprise him, nothing can disappoint him. He is beyond hope, and therefore beyond the suffering that hope produces when unfulfilled. There is also something in the repetition itself that deserves attention. Modern life teaches us to value novelty, variety, constant change and stimulation. We believe happiness requires new experiences, different circumstances, progress toward new goals. Repetition is seen as boring, deadening, something to escape. But repetition can also be meditative, grounding, a way of being fully present. When we do something for the first time, consciousness is focused on learning, on navigating novelty, on managing uncertainty. But when we do something repeatedly, we can sink into it, become absorbed in subtle variations, find depth within apparent sameness. Musicians practice the same passages hundreds of times, finding nuance and meaning in repetition. Athletes repeat training drills until movement becomes effortless. Repetition can be path to mastery, to presence, to depth. Sisyphus repeats his task eternally. He has pushed his boulder so many times that he knows intimately every aspect of the process. He has become the ultimate master of boulder pushing, though this mastery accomplishes nothing. Yet there is something in this mastery itself, this perfect familiarity with his task, that might produce satisfaction. He is doing what he does best, what he has done so often that it has become part of his identity. He is Sisyphus the boulder pusher, and there is integrity in being fully what one is. We can also imagine Sisyphus finding micro-variations within the repetition. Perhaps the light hits the mountain differently at different times. Perhaps the temperature varies. Perhaps the boulder settles in slightly different positions. Perhaps the path shows new erosion or growth. Within the macro repetition of the eternal task, there might be micro-novelty that keeps consciousness engaged. The struggle itself, while fundamentally the same, is never exactly identical. This suggests something about how we might live our own lives. Yes, our days are largely repetitive, the same routines, the same tasks, the same struggles. But within that repetition, there is variation, nuance, opportunity for presence and engagement. The question is not how to escape repetition, but how to be fully present within it, how to find depth in apparent sameness, how to embrace the rhythm of our lives rather than resenting their cyclical nature. Sisyphus also demonstrates the possibility of finding purpose without transcendent meaning. He has no cosmic purpose. His labour serves no higher goal, contributes nothing, accomplishes nothing ultimate. But he has immanent purpose. He has a boulder to push, a mountain to climb, a task that fills his existence. Purpose, understood as having something to do that engages consciousness and structures time, need not be transcendent to be real. This distinction matters for us. We often believe purpose requires our lives to serve some greater good, to contribute to progress, to leave lasting legacy, to mean something in cosmic terms. But Sisyphus suggests purpose can be simpler, having something to do, being engaged with the world, structuring consciousness through activity. Purpose is not what our activity accomplishes, but the activity itself as engagement with existence. The boulder becomes Sisyphus's boulder. The mountain becomes his mountain. The task becomes his task. Not in the sense that he owns them, or that they were chosen freely, but in the sense that they constitute his world, his reality, his existence. He and his boulder belong together. Their relationship defines who he is, and accepting this relationship fully, embracing it without reservation, he finds peace. This is what Camus means by absurd happiness, not happiness from achieving goals or satisfying desires or discovering meaning, but happiness from full acceptance of and engagement with whatever existence brings. Happiness as radical yes to reality, as embrace of fate, as active acceptance that transforms necessity into freedom. Camus himself lived this philosophy in his final years despite increasing isolation and depression. He continued writing, continued engaging with political struggles, continued experiencing moments of Mediterranean joy. He pushed his boulder without illusions, without hope of final vindication, without belief that his work would solve the absurd. He simply did what he did because he was who he was, and being fully oneself is sufficient. His death was absurd, random, meaningless, the result of a casually accepted ride instead of the train ticket in his pocket. But his life had been lived fully, intensely, lucidly. He had faced the absurd without flinching, had explored its implications in fiction and philosophy, had lived according to principles he articulated. If his work did not make the universe less absurd, it at least showed how humans might live within absurdity without despair. We inherit this legacy. We face our own absurdities, our own mortality, our own meaninglessness, our own boulders to push. The specific challenges may differ, but the fundamental situation remains. We are conscious beings in an indifferent universe. Meaning, seekers confronted by cosmic silence, temporary creatures building temporary things, all while knowing that death waits to erase everything. We can respond with hope that this situation can be overcome or escaped. We can leap into religious faith, political ideology, philosophical systems that promise resolution. But these are forms of philosophical suicide, ways of killing the consciousness that perceives the absurd rather than learning to live with what it reveals. We can respond with despair, concluding that meaningless existence is not worth continuing. We can surrender to physical suicide, allowing the absurd to win by accepting its supposed verdict that life without meaning is unlivable. Or we can respond with rebellion, with Sisyphus's scorn, with Meursault's lucidity, with Rieux's common decency, with Camus' Mediterranean joy. We can accept the absurd fully while refusing to be defeated by it. We can live without hope and without despair, engaging fully with existence despite its ultimate futility. We can push our boulders and find the struggle itself sufficient. This is not easy. It requires constant effort to maintain the balance between acceptance and rebellion, between lucidity and engagement, between recognizing meaninglessness and living fully anyway. It offers no permanent security, no guaranteed happiness, no protection against suffering. It is like Sisyphus's labor, a task that must be repeated endlessly, but it offers something valuable, the possibility of living in truth, of embracing existence without illusions, of saying yes to life without requiring life to justify itself first. It offers freedom from the tyranny of cosmic justification, liberation from the burden of having to make existence mean something in ultimate terms. It offers happiness without prerequisites, joy without justifications, sufficiency in the struggle itself. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, not because he obviously is happy, or because his happiness is easily achieved, or because his circumstances are favourable, but because imagining his happiness opens the possibility of our own happiness under absurd conditions. If he can be happy, so can we. If he can embrace his boulder, we can embrace ours. If he can find sufficiency in the struggle, so can we. The alternative is despair, the surrender to meaninglessness, the acceptance that life without cosmic justification is not worth living. But Camus refuses this alternative. He insists, against all apparent logic, that conscious lucid acceptance of absurdity produces not despair but liberation, not defeat but victory, not misery but happiness. The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, and having imagined him happy, we can begin the long work of making ourselves happy in our own Sisyphean labours. Not because life has meaning, it does not. Not because the universe cares, it does not. Not because our efforts will ultimately succeed, they will not, but because we are alive, because consciousness is ours for this brief moment, because the struggle is sufficient, because existing is preferable to not existing, because we can choose scorn over submission and engagement over withdrawal. We are all Sisyphus. Our boulders take different forms, our mountains vary in height and steepness, but we all push and watch our boulders roll back down and descend to push again. This is the human condition in an absurd universe, and it is enough. The struggle itself is enough. We push our boulders, we live our lives, we face our absurdity, and we can be happy. Not perfectly, not constantly, not without difficulty or suffering or moments of despair, but fundamentally, essentially happy in the way Sisyphus is happy, with clear eyes and full hearts, with rebellion and scorn, with solidarity and common decency, with Mediterranean joy in bodies under the sun, with acceptance of mortality and meaninglessness, with passionate engagement despite ultimate futility. One must imagine Sisyphus happy, and having imagined him happy, one must imagine oneself happy too. This is the final gift of absurdism, the possibility of happiness without illusions, of joy without justifications, of living fully in awareness that life has no ultimate meaning and that this changes nothing about whether life is worth living. The boulder waits. The mountain stands ready. Sisyphus descends with the confidence of master of his fate, accepting what he cannot change, rebelling against what he refuses to accept. He will push again. He has always pushed. He will always push. And in that eternal struggle, in that ceaseless engagement with his impossible task, he finds what each of us might find: sufficiency in the struggle itself, happiness in full acceptance, victory in defiant scorn, freedom in conscious embrace of necessity. We must imagine Sisyphus happy, and we can imagine ourselves happy too, living our absurd lives fully, pushing our boulders without hope of final success, accepting mortality without surrender to despair, creating without illusions, loving without guarantees, existing without cosmic permission, happy in our rebellion, happy in our struggle, happy in the only way absurd beings can be happy. The sun rises over the mountain. Sisyphus positions himself behind his boulder. His hands find their familiar places on the stone. He begins to push. The struggle continues. The boulder will roll back down. It always does. And Sisyphus will descend and push again. He always does. And in this eternal present, in this moment of fully conscious engagement with his fate, he is impossibly, mysteriously, essentially happy. If this helped you rest or think, consider subscribing to Sleepy Philosophy Radio for more. Thank you for listening, and if there are any topics you'd like to see next, please suggest them in the comments.